the analysis that you did in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain to the jurors why you prepared a PowerPoint presentation?
So the phone records that we get from the carrier are traditionally just giant Excel sheets, and there's the best way to look at that information and analyze it is to visualize it, is to put it on a map. And so my PowerPoint presentation predominantly consists of maps associated with the data sets provided by T-Mobile and Google.
And I want to go through that. So I'm going to approach with what is States 30A. So page 1, and then 4 through 8, just for the record, are for ID only. And then 9 through 14 are full. I want you to take a look at this and tell me if you recognize those from the doc.
Looks to be my report.
Okay. And then up on the screen, is this that same first page 1, what you have in front of you?
Yes, it is.
And we went over this yesterday, but just so that everyone is on the same page today, can you remind us what the records were that you reviewed in this case?
Sure. So the records in this case were T-Mobile call detail records associated with Mr. Reid's phone ending 0899. That's in red. Mr. Reid's Gmail account had Google location data associated with it. His Gmail account is the ISKA23X. And then the Verizon telephone associated with Mr. Clegg ending in 8657 in my report is going to show up as green.
And without getting into any information that was shared with you, is it fair to say that you had some investigative information that helped inform your opinion?
Yes.
And did that information come from various law enforcement agencies?
It did.
And I want to turn to the next slide. So up on the screen is cell site sectors. Can you explain to the jurors what they're seeing in this slide? So this is number 4 for the record.
Of course. So I had mentioned yesterday about cell towers and how the phone companies keep records of where the towers are physically located. In an effort to maximize the efficiency of each cell tower, they're often broken up into sectors, most commonly 3 sectors. If you imagine a circle as 360 degrees, you divide that by 3, you get 120 degrees. Each sector of a cell tower covers approximately 120 degrees. And one way to think of it is a clock. This becomes important because not only do the phone companies tell us where the tower is and how many sectors, but they tell us which direction the sector faces. So imagine a cell phone chose this particular tower and it chose sector 1. That would tell us that the phone had to be somewhere north of that tower at that time because it chose sector 1, which faces, in this example, due north. If it was southeast of the tower, it chose sector 2, southwest of the tower, sector 3. So that information helps further inform the general location of a device at a particular time.
In the next slide, can you explain what this is intending to illustrate?
Sure. So this slide helps sort of just lay out some of the icons and other descriptors you might see on my subsequent maps. So at the top, that pie-shaped wedge that has a little shaded area in the middle, that is merely how we show which sector of a tower a phone used. The shaded area just helps with visualization to understand the direction that that sector faces. It doesn't represent the coverage area. At the bottom, there's a call-out box, and that call-out box just lists the particular transaction that took place. So in this example here, Mr. Reid's phone ending 0899 had a data session at 4:11 p.m. local time on 4/18/22. That lasted for 415 seconds. A phone call would show up slightly differently, but all of the data on my report is converted to local time, so it's an apples-to-apples comparison.
And to that point, how do the records come from, say, T-Mobile or Verizon? Do they come in local time?
So T-Mobile's records are produced in UTC or GMT, a standard, Greenwich Mean Time. So at this time of the year on the East Coast, we would take the UTC time and subtract 4 hours to get to East Coast time. Again, that calculation is already done for you here. In the case of Verizon, it depends on which data set you're looking at. Some are UTC, some are already in local time. Google provides their information in UTC as well, so I made the time zone adjustment.
And I'm going to bring up the laser pointer just in the event that in any of the future slides you want to use it.
Thank you.
Now turning to the next slide, can you explain, so on the screen, can you explain what is a timing advance or real-time tool? Can you explain to them what this is?
Of course. The data sets that we got from both Verizon and T-Mobile included what is known as timing advance. Verizon calls it RTT, or real-time tool, but the foundation of it is exactly the same. When your phone is looking to connect to the tower, there are messages that are exchanged between your phone and the tower that the tower tells the phone when to send its message so it shows up at the tower at the right time. And it's a little complex from a physics standpoint, but the basis is this. Your tower, or your phone, is sending a transmission through radio frequency to a tower. It takes a certain amount of time in milliseconds. If you divide that time by the speed of light, you have an estimated location of where your device is, or an estimated distance from that particular tower. That's what this data is. These arcs that you'll see, in this example, and you'll see on my map, represent the estimated distance from the tower at that time per the carrier. What's important to note is that the carrier doesn't necessarily know where on this band the phone might be, but that it's a half a mile away, or a 3/4 of a mile away, or whatever the distance may be. So the carrier thinks that the phone is somewhere in this band at that moment in time. If timing advance didn't work, if your phone sent a message and it didn't arrive at the tower at the right time, the transmission wouldn't go through. Think of, you're talking to somebody and then it's like, hello, are you there? Oh, I got you again. One thing that could cause that is the timing advance could have gotten screwed up on the back end. So your message didn't get encoded by the tower correctly.
Now turning to the next slide, can you explain what the icons are that they may see in future slides?
Yes, so as it pertains to Google location data, it's associated with the ISKA23X Gmail account. Google sources location data 3 different ways from your device. There's GPS, which you can see the GPS icon there. There's Wi-Fi, that's the icon right below it. And then there's also cellular. Traditionally, we don't map cellular because there's a margin of error that Google provides that is traditionally for cellular really big and not overly helpful. Wi-Fi sometimes could have large margins of error. In my report, any margin of error or radius greater than 500 meters, which is just over about a 1/4 mile, I disregard. I don't show. But in my report, you will see a handful of Google location data points. And the data point is a latitude and longitude with a margin of error drawn as a circle.
In the next slide, can you explain what the Google location history was for Mr. Reid's phone?
Yes. So at the top is a snippet of the spreadsheet that Google had provided for Mr. Reid's device and his location data. As you can see, there's a handful of source cellular, 3 columns from the right. There's also 1 GPS. That display radius, or margin of error in meters, you can see the GPS is pretty small, 11 meters. That's very small. 2,599 meters, that's about 1.6 miles. So basically what Google is saying is at that last timestamp, again in UTC, you'd have to subtract 4 hours to get to local time, but that bottom row, it's saying that at that latitude and longitude, 43.22, and then whatever the longitude is, that phone, in their estimate, was somewhere within a 2,600 meter radius. So somewhere within 1.6 miles. right? That's not overly helpful to our analysis. So as I mentioned, I don't typically show anything over 500 meters. In this report, you will see the 11-meter GPS point later on.
Turning to the next slide, as part of the records that were received in this case, do the providers, so T-Mobile or Google or Verizon, do they provide subscriber information?
They do.
And what is subscriber information?
Subscriber information is just the name on the account. What's the information associated with this particular account? So in the case of T-Mobile, the account ending in 0899 didn't actually have subscriber information. The company was Consumer Cellular, which is an MVNO, a mobile virtual network operator. Another way to think of it is it's a phone company that doesn't have their own towers. It's no different than Cricket or Boost Mobile or some of the other ones. They use the main companies, in this case T-Mobile, they use their towers, they use their network. It's, but it's the records are no different than any other cell phone. You see the Consumer Cellular, the activation date, there's a particular device listed there. I mentioned the type of records. On the Google front, we have the target email address. There's a recovery email address as well. You see the registered name is Stephen Reid, and that his phone number is the associated phone number for that same Gmail account.
Turning to the next slide.
For the phone number ending 8657 associated with Mr. Clegg, it was a prepaid phone, a track phone in this instance, another MVNO. In this case, TracFone was using the Verizon network to backhaul its data. We looked at the Verizon call detail records, that RTT, that timing advance that I talked about, a distance from tower measurement. And in this particular instance, I just looked at October 12th of 2022 for analysis.
Turning to the next slide. What information does this provide that helps in your analysis?
As you can see behind me, there's a handful of locations that were provided to me related to the investigation that were of interest. These locations have a corresponding map icon that's off to the right, and then you can see the addresses, latitudes and longitudes in the case of a tent there. At the bottom, we see the two phone numbers that I have discussed previously. Mr. Reid's activity is going to be in red. Mr. Clegg's activity will be highlighted in green.
Turning to the next slide, can you describe for the jurors and maybe orient them as to what they're seeing in this slide?
Yes, and I apologize because I know this is a little bit busy. What we have here is we are showing both Mr. Reid's T-Mobile activity as well as Mr. Reid's Google activity during the period in time listed above. So from 2:02 p.m. to 2:50 p.m. on April 18th. You see, if we focus sort of to the right here to start, you see the house icon, which is where the Reids live, and then the red icon a little bit farther north. That's the crime scene. That's where their bodies were recovered. This pie wedge over here is the T-Mobile tower and sector, and the sector's facing west, that the phone had utilized for timing advance, that distance from tower measurement. In this instance, the timing advance is this big arc, that's this red line that sort of goes right through the center of this slide. And that's because it's 3.01 miles away from the tower. So at 2:50 and 23 seconds, T-Mobile is estimating Mr. Reid's device to be 3.01 miles from that tower shown there. As you can see, it's sort of, if we move to now to the left, you can see that that red arc almost intersects with the crime scene and is right near the trailhead. Now, if we zoom in on the left here, we see some of these Google locations, those Google icons. At 2:02 and 2:22, there's 12-meter Wi-Fi hits off of, putting the phone right in that area. You can see that the phone begins to move based on the dates and times shown, and by 2:50, the phone has now moved closer to where the timing advance is, also at 2:50, putting the phone south of the crime scene near the trailhead. And that's a 110-meter display radius at, again, 2:50. So all in all, this is consistent with Mr. Reid's device leaving the area of his residence, traveling eventually towards the trailhead at approximately 2:50 p.m.
In the next slide, can you describe for the jurors what they're seeing here?
Yes. As you can see, the timestamp at the top, 2:54 to 4:29. What we're looking at here is just the T-Mobile data. So I wanted to isolate just this timing advance. There's no calls, there's no SMS or text messages during this time. All we have is the timing advance activity. And it is consistently between 3.10 miles and 3.15 miles. There's 30 different timing advance measurements that were recorded. So during this roughly hour and a half period, T-Mobile is saying consistently that the phone is approximately 3.1 miles away from that tower and sector. And you see that it's really, a tenth of a mile different than before, but again, more or less intersecting with the subsequent crime scene. While we can't say where, again, on this arc the phone was at this time, because T-Mobile they don't tell us that, right? All they're saying is that the phone is that distance. So it could be down here, could be up there, could be all the way up at the top of the screen. It happens, though, to coincide with the crime scene and where their bodies were located.
During this time frame, were there any voice or SMS activity?
There was not.
Turning to the next slide, can you describe for the jurors what they're seeing here?
Yes, so from 252 to 347 is shown at the top. We're looking at just the Google location data now for that same Gmail account. You can see here at 252 and 254, there's some large margins of error or display radiuses, one of which in fact covers the house. That doesn't necessarily surprise me. The margins of error tend to vary on the Google stuff. It wouldn't necessarily indicate that the phone was back at the house. It's just that the phone is somewhere within these circles at that time. At 347, that 11-meter GPS point I mentioned previously, well, that's it. And you can see that 11-meter radius encompasses the crime scene. There was a couple subsequent data points that were greater than 500 meters during this period. The last data point in the Google records for Mr. Reid's device was at 4:23 p.m. And that was that 2,599 meter one I'd mentioned before, the one that's about 1.6 miles. Again, didn't show it here, but at that point, that's the last data point. So subsequent to that, we have no further records for Mr. Reid's device from Google.
Now, looking at this slide, there's essentially what looks like a zoomed-in version of the area to the right. Can you describe, and are you familiar generally with where that area is? So what looks almost like a map?
You're saying on the left here?
Yes. What's in like what looks like a blue box?
Yes, so that's a zoom in of where the crime scene is, and you can see there's a little tiny circle under the crime scene on my map to the right. That's that 11-meter margin of error. That's just showing you sort of how small it is relative to the larger ones. So the crime scene, is just slightly off the trail.
Turning to the next slide, can you describe for the jurors what they're seeing here?
Yes. So I had just mentioned that the last Google location point was at 4:23 p.m. There was no further information for Mr. Reid's device from Google at that point. I also looked at his timing advance measurements. I looked at his data sessions, which is, surfing the web or really any app. If you have an app on your phone, that information is going to be conveyed over the data side of a network. This is a screen grab of T-Mobile's data session records for Mr. Reid's device. The ones highlighted in green are what I would describe as normal, valid data sessions. At the time, T-Mobile's data sessions were capped out at traditionally 900 seconds, which is 15 minutes. However, there was definitely data sessions that ran longer, which was unusual for phones during this period in time. So when we look at all of this in totality, we see, again, I have the tower and sector that's utilized for a data session at 4:22 and 34 seconds, which is the bottom green there. And that lasted for 415 seconds. So, 8.5 minutes or so. That ended at UTC time 20, 29, and 29 seconds. 1 second prior, which is 4:29 local time. 1 second prior to that, we have a timing advance measurement. The last one, 4:29 and 28 seconds. The distance here is 3.15 miles. It's very consistent with what we just saw on the last slide. After that time, we see that there's a couple other data sessions that get recorded, including one that has a timestamp that goes until 21:58, which is 5:58 p.m. But as we look over here into the uplink size, we see that those last 3 transactions have 0 bytes, the uplink size. And uplink and downlink is important because it helps us understand what's going on with the phone. Downlink means data from the tower is being pushed down to the phone. And the number we see there is in bytes. The last row is 84 bytes of data was pushed down to the device. But we do not see any uplink for any of those. Because there's no uplink, which would be from the phone back to the tower, we can't say definitively that the phone actually received any of that information. So when it's 0 there, even though there is a record of some sort of activity, we can't say that the phone was on the network at that time to receive it. So the last record that we have with uplink data ends at that 20:29:29 or 4:29 local time. Taken in totality, what this tells me, or in my opinion, is that Mr. Reid's device had shut down at some point after 4:29 and 29 seconds, because these additional data sessions that were opened up never connected with his device. And for that to happen, the device would have likely shut down in such a fashion that would be unusual, non-normal. If you hold down the power button on your phone actually sends a message to the tower saying, hey, I'm shutting down. I don't need resources anymore. The network says, okay, thanks, shuts down your data session, takes those resources, and gives them to another phone. It doesn't stay open perpetually. But what happens when there's some sort of, I would say, non-traditional shutdown, you sometimes see this, where data sessions try and open up again. So you see 29, 29, 20, 29, 29, the bottom 2 rows. T-Mobile tried to open up 2 new data sessions on this device. There was 0 uplink. It didn't find the phone. And eventually, it closed itself down. In the bottom row, it took 88 minutes to do so. And the other thing that informs this is the Google location stuff. I mentioned that the last data point was 4:23. If the phone was still on, still recording location data and passing it to Google, we would expect to see more Google location data. It's not as voluminous as some of this data, where it's every couple seconds in the case of our timing advance, but you would still expect to see data. We don't see any data after that 4:23 period.
Now, you gave the jurors an example of what you've called a traditional shutdown, which is if someone were to power down their phone.
Yes.
Can you give the jurors some examples of what would be a non-traditional shutdown?
Sure. Anything where the phone and tower didn't communicate effectively. So if your phone broke for some reason, the antenna broke. If you traveled outside a coverage area and the phone couldn't communicate back to a tower. If suddenly you get an elevator and your phone just suddenly loses connectivity, right, because the signal can't get out. There's really anything other than putting it in airplane mode or just powering it down would be sort of considered a non-traditional shutdown.
Now, turning to the next slide, can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at here? And can you orient them as to what records are being relied on in this slide and how that's different than the previous ones?
Sure. So these are the records for Mr. Clegg on October 12th of 22, Mr. Clegg's device, I should say, the device ending 8657. Similar to the timing advance measurements from T-Mobile, this is Verizon's timing advance measurements. They refer to it as RTT. So at the time, I was asked to try and locate a potential area for a tent that Mr. Clegg was supposedly utilizing. When I looked at this data, I analyzed it and came up with what eventually is the pink location. So I sent them back a very similar, they being the investigators, a similar map saying, hey, this is where I would start looking in this, eastern area near the highway. And lo and behold, that's where they found the associated tent. And it's where those two timing advance bands or RTT bands intersect, right? So for this particular slide for trial, I had showed the timing advance or the RTT measurements at 655, which is sort of the tower in the center there. There's 3 corresponding arcs, and then 715 measurements off of that tower. It's a little bit harder to see by University of Vermont. That's facing back this way. Yeah.
Your Honor, may I just have one moment?
Of course.
Special Agent Hoyland, I have no further questions for you at this time. Defense counsel may have some.
Thank you.
Cross-examination? Of course.
I do not, but you may use this if you'd like, yes, if you don't mind. Do you need my laptop? I can put mine or it's up to you.
So you talked, excuse me, you talked a little bit on direct about your qualifications, and you said that you've been with the CAS team for quite some time.
That's correct.
And you described some of the training that you do as a part of the CAS team.
Correct.
And you said, I think, a quite significant part of it, or I think you may have said the most important part of that training, is the training you receive directly from the phone companies.
That's correct.
All right. And so you also described as your educational background was actually, I think, a certified public accountant?
I do have my CPA license, yes.
Okay. So you do not have any formal training as an actual engineer?
No, I do not.
And the people that come and train you from the phone companies, those are generally speaking engineers from the phone companies?
That is correct.
Okay. So I want to talk about your involvement in the case. And your involvement began pretty early on.
Yes, it was in April of 22.
And so you were actually involved with this case when it was still a missing persons case.
No, I believe they had already located the bodies when I was asked to help out.
It wasn't the Google location that you testified about that helped them locate the bodies?
It was, they had obtained those records themselves and already looked at it prior to me making it to the command post. So
Okay.
they had already discovered the bodies based off of the Google location data.
All right. And so you became involved after that point then?
That's correct.
And so you talked a little bit about the data that you analyzed in terms of Mr. Reid's phone during that time period, but you actually did a lot more work than just looking at his cell phone data. Is that fair?
Sure.
You got voluminous records from the phone company.
I didn't go and get any of the records.
You reviewed voluminous records from the phone company.
Yes, there was a lot of tower dumps that had been undertaken by the Concord PD.
And can you explain what a tower dump is?
Sure. So a tower dump is sort of what it sounds like. A cell tower, pursuant to search warrants, you can ask the cell tower companies to provide all of the phones that had connectivity or activity through particular towers in an area in an effort to try and identify folks or associated devices that were nearby.
All right, and so you received, how many tower dumps did you analyze?
Oof. I don't know how many different towers and files. It was a considerable amount.
All right, you didn't just limit yourself to one phone company.
No, you would need to look at all of them to try and understand all
And
the people in the area.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you.
That's okay.
And so, in looking at that, what you're looking for is to see, well, maybe there was someone in this area, and if we think that there's a specific phone number, we can look up that phone number, or if we think that a specific phone number might be relevant, we can try to find out who that phone number belongs to. You can go at it either way.
Yeah, that's
right.
correct.
And so all of your work in terms of those dumps, that didn't end up leading to anything significant at all?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. So I want to talk about Mr. Reid's actual cell phone data. You mentioned on direct that during a certain time period, I believe it was after 4/28, you did not see any text messages or phone calls, active use of the phone. Is that fair?
There was activity after 4/28 that didn't have any cell site information and did not. It was incoming. It was not related to user-initiated activity.
Okay. I'm just talking specifically about, like you said, there weren't any text messages or phone calls.
That had cell site information. Yes, there was incoming phone calls, incoming text messages.
All right. Earlier in the, well, you know what? I am going to pull up what has been marked as a full exhibit, State 290, and again, this is from State's Exhibit 290. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
Yep, these are the T-Mobile records for Mr. Reid's device ending 0899.
All right. And so in your PowerPoint, I remember you grabbed a screen grab and you sort of boiled down some information. But the documents that you are actually working with have a ton of information. Is that fair?
They do.
All right. And so I'm going to scroll through and I'm not going to ask you about what every single one of these things mean because there is a lot. But if we scroll over to the right, we see that there's a lot of different subjects that you were looking at here. And you don't always have information for all of those things. Scroll down. Oh, there we go. Okay. And is this, I'm sorry, can you help me find, where's the uplink and the downlink?
That would not be in this file.
It's not in the CDR report?
This is the call detail records for the phone calls and text messages.
I apologize. Would it be in the timing advance records?
No, it would be third one from the top, data sessions.
Data sessions. Thank you. And we just saw up there all the contents of State's Exhibit 290. All of those are part of the records that you reviewed.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so what are we looking at now?
This would be the records for Mr. Reid's device, but specific to his data sessions. T-Mobile clearly breaks them out into a separate file.
Specific to his data sessions. And when someone uses a SMS message or makes a phone call, does that appear in this record?
It does not.
All right. So when we're talking about data, that means what exactly then?
So data would represent anything that is not a phone call or a text message. So again, you're surfing the web, you go to YouTube, go to ESPN, you use any app. Every app on your phone goes over the data session side of the house. And it doesn't necessarily need to be user initiated. Your app, goes out and searches, checks in with the server. It updates in the background. You get notifications that you got a new email. All of that stuff is happening behind the scenes, and it's coming over the data session. Now, it's not a transactional one-for-one accounting of it. As we see here, the start time and the end time, data session's open, a bunch of stuff can happen. We don't necessarily know what it is, and then the data session closes.
Thank you. So, and I just want to make sure that we understand the distinction. SMS messages, that refers to something very specific.
Correct. SMS is a text message.
All right. And so I think that text message is one of these words that we may have a different definition than you have of it. So can you explain sort of the difference between a text message and all of the other messages I'm getting?
Of course. So a text message is sort of just what it sounds like. Think back well before apps, you would text somebody, right? Nowadays, we've got iMessages on iPhones, you've got WhatsApp, you got Facebook Messenger, you got Signal. There's a bunch of apps out there where you can communicate with somebody. All of those communications would go over the data side of the network. Now, to throw a slight wrinkle into everything with T-Mobile, they were in the process of transitioning all of their text messages from that first file we saw, where it would give you this tower and sector for each text message, to routing all text messages over the data side of the network. So we don't see necessarily cell towers associated with text messages anymore on that first report. We see the text message occur, who texted who. But the text message transmission itself is handled by a data session, right?
All right.
Ugh.
So if someone, if Mr. Reid was exchanging messages with someone and it wasn't in the SMS, I think that was the CDR report we briefly had up there, yes? It would come up here. It would be somewhere.
So you would see the one-for-one messaging get record if it's a traditional SMS, not, again, iMessage, not apps, none of that stuff, but a traditional, and he had a Samsung, so it couldn't have been iMessage anyway, that's only iPhones. You would see that a row for this phone number texted this person. What you won't see on here is that, right? You're just seeing that a data session was open, and it wouldn't necessarily be open because he was sending a text. Like, most commonly, our phones are almost always connected these days. So you're rarely going to see gaps in data when the phone doesn't have a data session open, unless it's just not on the network, right?
Okay. But it's possible that even if the CDR report does not show that there were text messages exchanged by Mr. Reid, let's say immediately before his hike, it's possible that there were messages exchanged, but they were done through data.
If it wasn't a text message, sure, yeah.
You've talked a little bit about, these data sessions and how they're always open, and how your phone is receiving information all the time, and sometimes it's responding because of the apps on your phone.
Correct.
And so one of those examples I think that you had suggested was that last Google location data that we have for Mr. Reid. It doesn't necessarily mean that Mr. Reid was checking his email at that time, right?
That's correct.
It meant that the tower was communicating to the phone.
In the case of Google, it wouldn't necessarily be a tower.
Okay. The satellite?
Well, so Google Google's a little bit separate from the cell tower company, right? They're separate companies. They have different data sets. Google location data is derived from the phone and has to be passed back to the Google server. So it could backhaul that information, push that information back to Google. It could do it via cellular. It could do it via Wi-Fi. So we don't know necessarily how the data got back to Google.
Okay. And I apologize, I took us down a bad example here. I guess what I'm asking is, just because there's activity, it doesn't mean that it's user-initiated activity. I think you've said that already.
That's correct.
But there are ways of limiting how much activity your phone takes and does on its own.
I'm not sure how you would limit that.
Okay, so you had said that Google, if it's running on my phone, it might be checking in with the tower to see if it has new emails to deliver to me. I can close out the Google app, and that communication, depending on my settings, may or may not occur.
Correct.
All right, so I want to look at the data sessions. So this is the one where you had, now I'm correctly saying, this is the one where you had this, the screen grab, and you were talking about the downlink and the uplink, yes?
That's correct.
All right, and so downlink is how much information the phone is receiving?
Downlink is how much information the tower is trying to push down to the phone.
All right, so downlink is the information the tower is sending to the phone.
Correct.
And then uplink is the amount of information that the phone is sending back to the tower.
Correct.
All right, and so you said that is there an absolute baseline of how much information is always being sent and received if our phones are sort of always connected?
I'm not sure.
But in the records, we do see that sometimes the downlink size is 0 and sometimes the downlink size is 0 as well.
I think you just said downlink twice. Do you mean the downlink and uplink are both 0?
Thank you for correcting me. Yes.
That is correct.
All right, so when it's 0 and 0, it's fair to say no information is being exchanged.
Correct.
All right, so I want to look at line 8,428. If you give me 1 second to get there. There's a lot of lines, I apologize. 8,428, and you had testified that these records, at least for T-Mobile, are always kept in UTC time?
That's correct.
All right, and so I have cell E 8,428 highlighted there. Can you tell me what that says, or what that cell is, what that means?
Sure. So the date, February 18th, 22, and the time is listed in UTC is 20:22:34, which is military time. If you look up in the top left in that formula bar, you can see how it's converted to regular time. So adjusted to Eastern time, that would be 4:22 in the afternoon.
4:22 in the afternoon. All right, and so if we come over all the way to the right, we can see our uplink and downlink numbers. Is that right?
Yes. Would it be possible to freeze the header rows so we all know what columns we're looking at?
If you can walk, well, actually, if I can have one moment to confer with the state.
I don't have any issue with that.
Okay, because if we do that, it's not going to change. I don't want to change what's already in evidence.
You won't. You can just not save it.
Okay.
Do you want me to walk over and do it?
Would it be terribly inappropriate if we had him do that?
Not terribly inappropriate and probably a prudent thing to do.
I
Yes.
would agree, Judge.
Please, Special Agent Hoyland, please do.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And real quick, can you go over to the left real quick?
Yeah.
So are you going to want to talk about IP addresses or any of this stuff?
I am not.
Because what I'd like to do is freeze the panes so that the time is on the far left, and that
That-
makes it just easier for everybody.
That sounds fantastic. Thank you.
Thanks. May I?
Oh, of course.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I'll explain what I did if that.
Yes, that would.
Absolutely.
So all I did was there was a few columns A through D off to the left that I just moved off the screens because we're not going to really talk about those. And I just started with column E here at the time. And then when we filter, the header here will remain consistent so we can all see which column is which. And then if we move to the right, also the time will remain consistent so we can see all the associated data with each particular time.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to jump back down to the bottom. And, all right, so we were looking at, we were looking at April the 18th. And I think you had translated that to 4:22 p.m. And I had just asked you about these downlink and uplink sessions here. So for April the 18th at 4:22 p.m., we can see that there was a downlink size of 53,811, and that's in bytes?
Correct.
All right, and what is a byte?
A byte is 1 unit of measurement when it comes to data.
All right, and then the uplink size here is 22,628.
Correct.
All right, and so this would have been at 4:22 p.m.
Between 4:22 p.m. and 4:29 p.m., yes.
All right, so I want to scroll up a little bit now to lines 8,327. All right, and so I'm here at 8,327, and we see the start time as 4:14 a.m. But because, or sorry, yeah, that's right, 4:14 a.m. But because it's in UTC time, that's midnight.
Correct.
All right. And so when we come over here and we look at the downlink and the uplink, we see lots of zeros, but we also see a little bit of a pattern. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. So we see lots of zeros, but then over here at about 1 a.m., we see downlink of 6,020, an uplink of 4,068, and then we see that repeat itself a few times through the early morning hours.
Correct.
You also talked on direct about certain methods of turning a phone off or ending communication between the phone and the towers that does not send an uplink to them, essentially saying, I'm turning the phone off.
That's correct, yes.
And so you said that was basically anything that wasn't powering the phone down or putting it, was it airplane mode?
Mm-hmm.
So the things that could have caused something like that includes the battery dying.
Correct.
Police sometimes in their investigations use something called a black box to stop signals.
Yeah, that would be akin to like getting in an elevator. So that wouldn't give the phone an opportunity to send that message.
Okay. And then just, you had said if the phone was broken.
Yeah.
If I can have one moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
Questions for Special Agent Hoyland?
Okay. Any redirect?
Briefly. Special Agent Hoyland, up on the screen are some of the data session records. Can you describe for the jurors, were you able to form any opinion as to these records? What does this tell you?
Well, the fact that there's bytes up and bytes down and a difference in bytes up and bytes down versus the other time frame doesn't actually inform anything to me, because yes, there appears to be a pattern in the middle of the night when someone's sleeping. Somebody could have easily just closed down their apps before they went to bed. Later on in the day, if there was more apps open, which we would never know, there could be more data generated. So traditionally, data sessions and the amount of bytes up and bytes down don't move the needle much at all.
Thank you. Now, you were asked about whether you have any training as an engineer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
When there is, say, a missing person or a homicide investigation, who is reached out to help in this kind of capacity?
Myself and our group. So an Amber Alert goes off on your phone, we're getting a call. You need to go find a fugitive, we get that call. Analyzing phone records like this is very value add to investigators and to the public at large.
But not the capacity of an engineer.
So interestingly enough, I've had conversations with law enforcement that they reached out to a carrier to ask the carrier for help with their records, and the carrier told them to call CAST.
Now, as to your opinion in this case, is there any reason to believe that Stephen Reid's cell phone connected to the network after 4:29 p.m. on April 18th of 2022?
No.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Any further cross-examination? Any objection to excusing Special Agent Hoyland altogether?
I would ask that he be excused.
Any objection to excusing Special Agent Hoyland altogether? Okay, thank you, Special Agent Hoyland. You're free to go. We will take a short break. I know that there's some logistics associated with the next witness, so I will take about a 5 or 10 minute break. Then we'll resume with testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't know.
I'll collect them.
There's a couple exhibits up there. Okay, thank you. We'll take a short break.
Court is at recess.
waiting on one. Oh.
All rise for the honorable jury.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Stay prepared to call this next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Jill Terrio.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you swear the testimony you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
If you'd have a seat and state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Jill Terrio. First name Jill, last name spelled T as in Tom, Herrriault.
Attorney Spicer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. Could you please tell us where you work?
Currently, I'm employed by the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory here in Concord.
What is your role at the State Police Forensic Laboratory?
I am a criminalist 2 in the Pattern Evidence Unit, and more specifically, I'm a firearm and tool mark examiner in that unit.
Ms. Terrio, could you tell us how long have you worked at the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Lab?
It'll be 4 years in December.
Ms. Terrio, you mentioned the Pattern Evidence Unit. Could you tell us what that is?
The Pattern Evidence Unit is a portion of the forensic laboratory. There's many different sections. The Pattern Evidence Unit is composed of firearms examiners as well as latent print examiners.
Ms. Terrio, are you a firearms examiner?
Yes, I am.
So before we get into that, what is your educational background?
As far as education goes, I received my Bachelor of Science degree from Rutgers University in New Jersey in 2001, and my degree is in animal science.
Prior to working at the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Lab, did you work in any other similar institutions?
Yes, I have.
Where were those?
After college in 2004, I was hired by the Miami-Dade Police Department down in Miami, Florida, as a entry-level firearm and tool mark examiner. So I spent 10 years in Florida, 2 of which was my in-house training program. The in-house training program to become a firearms examiner is 2 years long. And so in that 2-year period, it was under the supervision of a more senior firearms examiner, learning about how firearms operate, how ammunition works, and all of the other duties that are involved with this particular field. So once I had finished my training, I spent an additional 8 years, so a total of 10 years down in Miami. And then in the end of 2013, I moved to Connecticut, and I worked for the Connecticut State Forensic Laboratory, and there I was the supervisor of the firearm and tool mark unit for 6 years.
And after working in Connecticut, did you come here to New Hampshire?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Terrio, could you tell us what a firearms examiner does?
A firearms examiner is a forensic scientist, typically employed in a crime laboratory or forensic lab, and their duties are to examine firearms and fired bullets and cartridge cases that have been collected from crime scenes in order to determine whether or not those bullets or those cartridge cases were fired from a particular firearm.
What are some of the tools that firearms examiners use to conduct that sort of testing and analysis?
The main piece of equipment that I use in this field is called a comparison microscope. And basically what that is 2 microscopes like we've all had in science class that are connected together through prisms and mirrors that let you see 2 things at the same time with the same magnification. So I'll look through a set of eyepieces and I can see 2 bullets or 2 cartridge cases and do a microscopic comparison of those.
Are there different types of ballistic evidence that you examine in your role as a firearms examiner?
Yes, there are.
What types of ballistic evidence do you typically examine?
Typically, it'll be firearms, so guns themselves, as well as bullets that have been recovered from crime scenes or from autopsies, and cartridge cases, which are another another component of ammunition.
Ms. Theriault, could you tell us how many firearms examinations you've conducted in your career since starting in Miami?
Since 2004, it would probably be in the several thousands over that time of comparing bullets amongst themselves into firearms, cartridge cases, and that type of thing. So from 2004 to today, it's been probably several thousand.
And does that include comparing bullets to bullets?
Yes.
Does that include comparing bullets to firearms?
Yes, it does.
Does that include comparing shell casings or cartridge casings to other cartridge casings?
Yes.
And does that include testing or comparing cartridge casings to a particular firearm?
Yes, it does.
And when you say with regard to each of those types of tests, how many do you think you've performed?
Oh gosh, over the years, almost 20 years, I couldn't even begin to count. It's many.
And Ms. Theriault, do you engage in a continuing education as part of your role as a firearms examiner?
Yes, I do. When the opportunity arises, I do attend outside training, which would be like training seminars or webinars when they're available. One in particular that I attend as often as I can is conducted by the professional organization that I belong to. So every year they host a training seminar in various cities across the country, and I've been lucky enough to attend many of them.
Ms. Theriault, do you hold any certifications related to firearms analysis and examination?
Yes, I do.
What certifications are those?
Well, through the professional organization that I belong to, which is the Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners, they do offer a certification program that's available to folks who have had at least 2 years of training and 3 years of casework. So once I had attained that 5 years, I was eligible to sit for that certification test, which the first component is a written test. And then upon successful completion of the written test, I'm given then a practical, and a practical exercise being a set of bullets or cartridge cases that I don't know what the answer is of which bullets go back to which firearm. So once I've successfully completed that, I would be considered certified. And then to maintain that certification, in a 5-year cycle, I need to attain a certain number of continuing education credits, and that comes from attending conferences or giving presentations, things like that. So I've held that certification since 2009 in those 5-year cycles since then.
Do you continue to hold that certification today?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Ms. Theriault, are you subject to any proficiency testing as part of your employment at the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Lab?
Yes, I am.
Could you please describe that?
A proficiency test is given to people at the forensic laboratory in their area of expertise. So, for example, for me in firearms, the proficiency test is a test that I don't know the answers to. I have no information besides what's provided, and it's up to me to figure out what the answer is to this test. So it's a practical exercise, and it can be a bullets or cartridge cases, and these tests are offered through a company. Typically, the one that many of them come from is a company called Collaborative Testing Services, which is a company that provides proficiency tests in all areas of forensic science. So each year I have to take one of those tests, and in order to continue to be able to do my job at the laboratory.
And have you taken those tests every year?
Yes, I have.
Have you passed them?
Yes.
Ms. Theriault, have you testified in court as an expert witness in the field of firearms examination and analysis before?
Yes, I have.
What courts?
It's on the state and federal level in Connecticut and Florida, as well as the Superior Court level or the state level here in New Hampshire.
Can you tell us about how many times you've been qualified as an expert witness in the field of firearms examination and analysis previously?
It's been just over 100 times I've testified.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to qualify Ms. Theriault as an expert witness in the field of firearms examination and analysis.
Any objection?
I don't object to her providing her opinion on her analysis.
Absolutely. Ms. Theriault may give her opinions.
Thank you. Ms. Theriault, it's my understanding that you brought a helpful model with you here today.
Yes, I did.
Could you take that model out and show it to the jury? And And could you just lift it up so the
Oh,
jury
sure,
can see?
yes.
And could you tell us what this is a model of?
Yes, what I have here is a plastic model of what is a cartridge case and a bullet, well, 2 bullets. But for me to describe what a round of ammunition is composed of, because typically they're rather small, so this is a larger version that you all can see. So it's a plastic cartridge case, a plastic bullet, and another plastic bullet that I can demonstrate how what I'm seeing through the microscope when I'm examining bullets.
So let's start at the beginning. Could you tell us what a round of ammunition is composed of?
Yes, so a round of ammunition is composed of 4 different things. One area on the back of the cartridge case is typically made of nickel or brass. The back of the cartridge case, there's an area called a primer. There's the metal cartridge case. Inside of the cartridge case is gunpowder. And then finally, the bullet is seated in the opening or the mouth of the cartridge case. So this is a round of ammunition, and this would be in a gun or in any type of firearm. And when it's fired, there's a number of things that occur. But basically, this is a live round.
Thank you. And using that explanation, the model, could you tell us what happens when a gun is fired?
When a gun is fired, there's a number of things that are happening all at once, and this is happening in a split second. But there is a portion of the firearm called the firing pin, and that's a component of the gun that will strike this primer area. Now, the primer area is made of a shock-sensitive metal with other components of it that cause a small detonation. So when the firing pin strikes this, it causes that detonation. That detonation then in turn starts the gunpowder to burn, and that burning builds up a whole lot of heat and energy. That heat and energy will then force the bullet down the barrel of the firearm and onto the target. And depending on what type of firearm the person is shooting, this now empty cartridge case will either remain inside of the gun or it'll be extracted and ejected and land on the ground.
I'd like to ask you about that, but first, I think people use the term bullet colloquially, but when you use the term bullet, specifically, what do you mean?
I'm talking about, when I use the word bullet, it would be the portion that comes down the barrel of the firearm. So it would be this part that's mounted, or seated rather, in the mouth of the cartridge case.
Would it be fair to say the bullet is the part of the round that is ejected in the direction, when the trigger's pulled, the bullet is the part that goes out?
Yes, the bullet is what travels down the barrel of the firearm onto the target, and then the empty cartridge case, again, depending on the gun, is either extracted and ejected or it remains inside of the gun.
So you mentioned that cartridge casing can either remain in the gun or be ejected. Could you explain that?
Yes. So different types of firearms have different ways of operating. If you can imagine the type of handgun, for example, that in the movies like John Wayne carried around, he has typically what's called a revolver. The revolver has a barrel, and then the area that holds the ammunition is called the cylinder, and the cylinder is a metal cylinder that has holes or chambers in it that will fit a live round of ammunition. And so when that firearm is operated, or when it's fired, that cylinder rotates around and brings fresh ammunition in line with the barrel so that it can be fired. Those empty cartridge cases remain in the cylinder until the person operating the firearm manually removes them from the cylinder. Now that's a little bit different from what's called a semi-automatic firearm, and that's the type of gun that you see a lot in like movies and TV and that type of thing. When the firearm is fired, again, the bullet travels down the barrel of the gun, and the energy that sent the bullet down the barrel of the gun is going to also operate part of the gun that extracts and ejects this empty cartridge case out of what's called the chamber of the gun. It pulls it out of there and ejects it on the ground, and then it'll take from the magazine of a firearm or the clip a fresh round of ammunition and put that into the chamber and prepares it again for firing.
Ms. Terrio, do all bullets, speaking specifically for handguns or semi-automatic weapons, are cartridge casings ejected from those in the same way for every firearm?
I'm sorry, that was in a semi-automatic, did you say?
Yes, for all semi-automatics.
Typically, yes. They're extracted and ejected typically on the right side of the firearm, sometimes on the left, depending on the gun, but typically on the right side of the firearm, to the right and rearward.
So, Do some semi-automatic weapons eject shell casings to the right?
Sometimes they do. Depends on where that little port is that they would come out of, but typically on the right-hand side.
And do some other ones eject casings to the left?
Yes.
Is there a specific distance that shell casings travel when they are ejected?
It depends on the surface that a person is standing on. If it's smooth, they might roll. The cartridge cases might roll. But if it's more of a rough surface, they may stay where they land.
I'm speaking just when a cartridge casing leaves a firearm, how far might that travel before it hits the ground?
I'm not sure. That's something that I don't particularly test.
Okay, sorry for that question. Ms. Terrio, could you explain the comparison process generally when you are doing a firearms comparison or examination?
Yes. So typically, what I would do in a case if I'm examining bullets and cartridge cases, I have a worksheet generally that I will fill out, and that walks me through each piece of evidence. So if I'm looking at a bullet or a cartridge case, I capture all of the information, the physical characteristics about that item before I move on to any type of microscopic examination. So in terms of looking at a bullet, I'm looking at how much it weighs, what condition it's in, what it's made of. During its path down the barrel of the gun, it's going to pick up rifling or scratch marks on the surface. So I'll note how many of those are present. Once I've completed that, and I've done that for all the bullets in a particular case, then I would move to that microscopic examination if those characteristics that I initially observed on those items are similar. And again, using that forensic comparison microscope that I discussed earlier, that's the main tool that I use to microscopically examine two bullets. And a similar process is what I undergo for cartridge cases. Again, I have a worksheet that walks me through capturing all of the physical characteristics of a cartridge case. So what it's made of, what the primer is made of, the shape of the firing pin that struck the primer, any other features on there from the firearm that have come in contact with this cartridge case. And once I've gathered all of that information, if the class characteristics or those characteristics of those items are similar, I will then move to that microscopic exam where I can look at two at a time, one on each side of the microscope and do the comparison.
Ms. Terrio, are you familiar with the term class characteristics?
Yes, I am.
Could you explain what that means to you as a firearm examiner?
For me, a class characteristic is an overarching feature of an item that helps me differentiate it from other items. So if I'm talking about, for example, cartridge cases, a class characteristic would be the caliber or the type of gun that it's, the size of gun, if you will, that the cartridge is meant for. Another class characteristic is the shape of the firing pin that struck the primer. Typically they're circles, but sometimes there are other shapes as well. Again, they're features from an item that are determined by the manufacturer.
Ms. Terrio, are you familiar with the term individual characteristics?
Yes, I am.
Could you tell us what those are?
So individual characteristics are features on an item that are sort of incidental to manufacture. The manufacturer of the item didn't put them there on purpose. A really good example to describe the difference between class and individual characteristics is, say when you come out of the grocery store, you forget where you parked, but you know that you drive a blue four-door vehicle, a blue four-door car. So as you're looking for your car, you're looking through all of the cars that are in the parking lot, and you're not looking at any red four doors, any trucks, anything like that, like those gross characteristics that help you differentiate it. Now, individual, again, are unique to that particular item. So, for example, if you know that there's a ding on your back bumper when you bumped into something, and there's your license plate, and then you have a little sticker in the back, those are individual characteristics that help you determine, okay, this is my car versus the same type of blue car with four doors that parked next to you. So the similar type of thing can be applied to firearms examination. So gross characteristics of an item such as the caliber or the firing pin shape, that type of thing, those are characteristics that the manufacturer of the gun determined to have on the firearm versus the individual characteristics that are microscopic and they arise just incidental to the manufacturing process of the gun.
So can class characteristics be shared among a large number of items?
Yes, they can.
Can individual characteristics be shared? among a large number of items?
No, the individual characteristics will be unique to a particular item.
When talking about class characteristics for cartridge casings, what are the sort of class characteristics you might look for as a firearm examiner?
So on a cartridge case, again, the caliber, which is typically marked by the manufacturer on what's called the head of the cartridge case right here. The shape of the firing pin that struck the primer. In the firearm, there's a little window that the firing pin will poke out of, and that's a characteristic that can be typically circular shaped, but sometimes rectangular. The type of marks that are left behind on the primer from where it was in contact with the inside of the gun is another class characteristic.
When you are looking at bullets or projectiles, what are the sort of class characteristics you might expect to see?
For bullets, similar. The caliber, which is, when we're talking about bullets, which is how wide the base of the bullet is. The number of lands and grooves or rifling that's left behind from the gun barrel on the surface of the bullet as it had traveled down the gun barrel. They're visible, they're countable. The firearms manufacturer determined those, however many lands and grooves are going to be on the inside of the gun barrel. They've determined that prior to making the gun. The width or how wide or how narrow those lands and grooves are, that's a class characteristic as well.
And just to be clear, you talked about lands and grooves. Are those related to rifling?
Yes, they are.
And could you just briefly explain what rifling is?
Rifling is found on the inside of a gun barrel, and it's a set of spiral grooves that are carved or otherwise put on the inside of the gun barrel by the manufacturer. And what that does is when the bullet comes in contact with those, because they're spiral, they make the bullet spin. So that way the bullet is spinning when it exits the firearm, and that helps to keep it stable as it travels through the air.
And when a bullet comes into contact with those spiral grooves that cause it to spin, do those spiral grooves leave any marks on that bullet?
Yes, they do. They'll basically carve themselves on the surface of the bullet, and those are the marks that I'm looking at under the microscope when I do an examination.
Are there different types of rifling?
Yes, there are.
What are those?
There's two different ways of manufacturing that a gun manufacturer can put rifling on the inside of a gun barrel. One is called conventional rifling, where a sharp tool with cutting edges is used to, if you can imagine a tube, it'll carve away metal, leaving areas of high and low in a spiral shape. So if you were to peer down the gun barrel, or if you remember from like the beginning of like the James Bond movies where you see him walking by his silhouette and there's that series of spiral grooves around him, that's what the rifling looks like, and that's what imparts on the surface of the bullet to make the bullet spin. That's what's called cut rifling or conventional rifling. Another method that's used by some manufacturers is called polygonal, or sometimes it's called polygonal. So instead of areas of high and low that are carved out by a tool, these are areas of high and low that are imparted through forging, basically, what's called hammer forging. So there's a small piece of metal that gets passed through the inside of the gun barrel during this manufacturing process, and a series of hammers are sort of hammering the outside of the barrel. So that little piece comes through it, and it's forming the metal around that and creating a spiral pattern on the inside of the gun barrel to make the bullet spin when it exits the barrel.
Thank you. And to be clear, is the type of rifling on a weapon a class characteristic or an individual characteristic?
It's a class characteristic.
And so just briefly, we've talked about bullets and casings. What sort of class characteristics might you expect to see on a firearm or a gun?
It would be a combination of all of those characteristics I mentioned before. So the number of lands and grooves on the gun barrel when you were to look down it. Those spiral grooves can turn to the left or to the right. It's called the direction of twist. So the direction of twist, the caliber, the number of lands and grooves, the shape of the firing pin, and the shape of the hole that the firing pin will poke out of is also a class characteristic.
Ms. Theriault, could you describe what sort of documentation you keep when you go through the process of examining firearms and ballistic items?
So for every piece of evidence that I examine, I do keep a worksheet for each piece that basically walks me through collecting all of the characteristics about that item.
Do you also take photographs at different points during your process?
Yes, I do.
And could you describe that?
My general overall photographs are typically of the packaging that the items have come into the lab in, secured in. And during the course of my microscopic examination, there's a camera that is attached to that forensic microscope that I use, that's attached to a computer, so that allows me to take images of what I'm seeing through the microscope, and that becomes part of my note-taking process as well.
Thank you. Ms. Theriault, when you conduct an analysis and an examination between, say, a firearm and a particular shell casing, or a firearm and a particular bullet, or a bullet to a shell casing, or a bullet to a bullet, what sort of conclusions can you reach as a firearm examiner?
There's typically three conclusions. One, or actually four rather, when I'm looking at these items, if I determine that they're what's called unsuitable, meaning that they're not, there's no microscopic marks on there to do any kind of meaningful comparison. So one category would be unsuitable. But the range of conclusions that I can draw from as I'm doing that comparison on the microscope, there's three. One is an identification, meaning that this bullet came from this particular gun, or these bullets were fired in a single firearm. There's the opposite of that, which is exclusion, meaning that there's a difference in class or individual characteristics to say that, no, these were not fired in the same firearm, or they were not fired in this particular gun. And then there's what's called inconclusive, meaning that it can't be excluded and it can't be identified. So there's not enough information on either the bullet or the cartridge case to determine one way or another. So there's identification, there's exclusion, and then there's right in the middle where it can't be determined whether or not it was or it was not fired in.
Are there different versions of an inconclusive finding?
Yes, there are.
Could you tell us about those?
So within the inconclusive finding, there is an agreement of class characteristics and perhaps some individual microscopic characteristics, but just not enough to render an identification. And the opposite of that is where there's an agreement of class characteristics, but there's not enough difference to say for sure that they were not fired in. So within that, again, within that inconclusive range, there's leaning towards an identification, but just not enough microscopically to show it. Or the opposite, that there's agreement of class characteristics, but just not enough disagreement to completely exclude it.
Thank you. Ms. Theriault, what are some reasons why a bullet might not have enough information for you to draw a conclusion?
It could be due to damage. If a bullet has struck something in its travel from the firearm, that can create damage to the outside of it, which is what I need to do a comparison with. Or sometimes the firearm that fired it just doesn't mark or leave behind marks on the bullet surface very well. So when I'm looking at it under a microscope, there's just not enough detail there, microscopic detail. So it just might not have picked up the markings very well.
Thank you. Ms. Theriault, I'd like to now ask you about some of the analyses that you conducted in this case. Are you familiar with the investigation to the deaths of Stephen and Wendy Reid?
Yes, I am.
Did you work on evidence submitted to you as part of that case?
Yes, I did.
Generally speaking, did you receive any information about the case when you were first asked to work on it?
No, I was not.
What did you know about the investigation at that point?
When the items were first submitted to the laboratory, I was aware that this case was coming in and that it was a homicide case. But generally, as an examiner, I'm typically shielded from a lot of the information about the case, other than here's the evidence that needs to be examined.
Thank you. So, Ms. Theriault, I'm going to ask you now about a report that you authored dated April 28th of 2022. I understand you have some materials with you. If you need to refer to them, that's fine. Just please let me know when you do.
Sure, yes, thank you.
So, did you, in fact, author a report dated April 28th, 2022 in this case?
Yes, I did.
What items did you examine for that report?
In this report, there were a number of bullets that were recovered. There was one set, or two sets rather, that had come from the medical examiner's office, and two other bullets.
Did those bullets contain property numbers when they came to you?
Yes, they did.
Need to refer to your notes, please take a look, but then when you're done, could you tell us what the property numbers of those items were?
I'm sorry, by property numbers, do you mean like the exhibit numbers that they were given?
Yes.
Okay.
The exhibit numbers.
The exhibit numbers that were applied to them when they came, when they were collected and brought to the laboratory. 22-2078-PR is a fired bullet. 22-2104-PR is another fired bullet. 22-2129-PR were bullet fragments from the medical examiner's office. And 22-2146-PR was an additional bullet with fragments that was submitted from the medical examiner's office.
Thank you. Ms. Terrio, what were you asked to do with regard to those items?
I was asked to examine them, determine what they were, and determine if they were fired from a particular firearm.
With regard to 22-2078 PR, did you reach any conclusions with regard to that item?
Let's see, 2078, yes, I did.
And what were your conclusions with regard to that particular item?
2078-PR was determined to be a 40 caliber bullet. Let's see, it was 40 caliber class bullet, jacketed hollow point bullet.
What condition was that bullet in when you viewed it?
It was rather weathered. It had an appearance to me that it seemed to have been exposed to the elements for a period of time.
Now, you've mentioned caliber a few times. This is a 40 caliber bullet.
Yes.
And could you tell us how does a bullet that's a 40 caliber compare to a bullet that has a millimeter measurement attached to it?
A 40 caliber bullet, well, first let me back up and explain a little bit about what caliber is, if you don't mind.
Thank you, please.
When we're talking about bullets, it's how wide the base of the bullet is, and that determines the barrel of the gun that it'll fit in. So if I'm talking about a 40 caliber bullet, that means that the base of the bullet was approximately 0.40 inches wide, so almost half an inch, 0.4 inches. In in bullets that are described with millimeters, that also refers to the base of the bullet. It's just in metric. So, for example, a 9mm bullet is typically about 9 millimeters wide, and translating that to English measurement, it's about 0.354, 0.355 inches. So, just a little bit over a third of an inch.
Can a 40 caliber bullet be fired from a 9mm weapon?
No, it cannot.
With regard to the item with the number containing 2104, what did you conclude upon examining that item?
2104 was a damaged copper-plated total metal jacket bullet that had polygonal rifling on it, and a feature that I could see on it indicated to me that it could be 9mm.
And how did you determine that it could be a 9mm bullet?
Pardon me while I just refresh my notes, or with my notes. There was an area of the bullet that wasn't damaged, and just based on the length of it and what I could see visually, to me it looked like it could be a 9mm bullet.
And with regard to the item with the number 2129, and well, let's stick with 2129. What did you observe about that item?
2129 was determined to be some bullet fragments. There were several tiny lead bullet fragments that were collected with a little bit of biological material adhering to them.
Were they of sufficient size for you to draw any conclusions?
No, they were not.
How about 2146?
Uh, 2146 was composed of a fired bullet as well as some fragments. The largest part of it was a heavily damaged copper and lead bullet with a number of smaller fragments of lead. Some of that lead had copper adhering to it, and it had what's called a total metal jacket, or like the copper covering on it could be described as a total metal jacket.
Were you able to determine the caliber of that particular item, 2146?
Due to the damage that happened to it, I couldn't determine the exact caliber of it, but some of the remaining features of it to me indicated it could fall into what's called the 38 caliber class, which includes 9mm. These are different types of calibers: 9mm, 38 special, 357 Magnum, and 357 Sig, and those are all members of the 38 caliber class.
Thank you. And was 2146 one of the items that came from the medical examiner?
Yes, it was.
Were you able to draw any conclusions after examining those 4 items about what sort of firearm had fired them?
Well, exhibits, let's see here. I'm sorry. Pardon me for 1 second while I review these. Exhibit 2104 and 2146 I had examined, and due to the damage that had occurred to them, I couldn't determine. They fell into what would I describe as the that inconclusive category. So I couldn't identify them as having been fired in the same gun, and because of an agreement that they did have class characteristics that were the same, they could not be excluded either.
Did you reach any conclusions about what type of firearm could have fired those bullets?
Well, based on the characteristic that's left behind of that type of rifling, the polygonal rifling that's on there, there's a number of firearms that do use that method to put rifling inside their inside the barrels of their guns, which includes Bursa, Gearsan, Glock, Heckler and Koch, IMI, Car Arms, Chris USA, LIW, and a number of others: Sights, Steyr, and Walther.
And so you mentioned polygonal rifling. Was that a class characteristic you used to come up with that group?
Yes, they all shared that characteristic of being polygonally rifled.
And so, in conclusion, upon examining 2104 and 2146, it's a bad question. You determined that there was a group of manufacturers that could have manufactured weapons that were capable of firing it?
Yes, those firearm manufacturers that I just mentioned make firearms that have polygonal rifling. Therefore, those 2 bullets could have been fired by, based on that characteristic, they could have been fired by a number of, or any one of those types of guns that have that characteristic of that rifling.
And any particular caliber of weapon made by one of those companies?
I couldn't tell what the caliber was on those bullets, but if we're looking at 9mm, they would be 9mm caliber firearms.
Thank you. And so this was for the report dated April 28th of 2022?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you next about a report you authored dated July 7th of 2022.
Yes.
For this report, what items did you examine?
Many of the ones that were already in possession of the forensic laboratory. So 2078, 2104, 2146, and then there was an addition. There was a few items that were new to the laboratory, which included 2 cartridge cases and a Ruger pistol.
What were the exhibit numbers for those 2 cartridge casings?
22-2589-PR and 22-2590-PR.
And finally, you mentioned a weapon. What type of weapon was that?
That was a Ruger semi-automatic pistol, and that exhibit number was 22-2946-PR.
These are states 216 and 217. And they're envelopes that have been opened. So you can sign it. And what is inside those envelopes?
Inside a larger envelope is a small manila coin envelope, and inside each of those is a fired cartridge case.
And are those the 2 cartridge casings that you examined as part of this report?
Yes, they are. It's 2589 and 2590.
And on that packaging that you just went through, do your initials appear?
Yes, they do.
And why do your initials appear on that packaging?
My initials and the date are over the seals of the packaging when I closed it up. So whenever I close up a package, I'll seal it with evidence tape and then put my initials and the date across the seal.
Ms. Terry, I'm going to ask you to remove one of those casings, either one. And typically, do you use gloves when you handle these?
Generally not. No, I think these have gone through all the other sections that needed to do any kind of testing with it, and they're okay to handle without gloves.
And could you hold that up for the jury and show it to them? Ms. Terry, are there any markings on that particular shell casing that you made?
Yes, there are.
What markings did you make?
On the body of the cartridge case, I scribed with an engraving tool the case number, the exhibit number, as well as my initials, and that's to keep track of which piece of evidence this is.
And can you tell me which shell casing that is, which exhibit number?
This is 22-2589-PR.
Thank you. And if you could put that back now, I think we won't need it anymore. What type of ammunition are those shell casings?
Again, I'm just going to
Sure.
refer to my notes.
Sure.
These two, both of these, 2589 and 2590, are both marketed for the brand called SIG.
Are there any markings on the head stamps of those?
Yes, there are.
What are the markings?
The head stamp marking, which is the marking on the head of the cartridge case, which would be this area here, is marked the caliber, which is 9mm, as well as SIG, S-I-G, which is the company that it's marketed for.
Thank you. Did you perform any examination of those two shell casings?
Yes, I did.
And could you describe that examination?
So using that worksheet I have available to me, once each piece was scribed with the case number and the exhibit number and my initials, the worksheet allows me to capture all of the physical characteristics of the item. So for these two cartridge cases, the caliber, the brand that it's marketed for, and what exactly the letters are on the head stamp, what it's made of, if there was any trace evidence adhering to it, the shape of the firing pin, what type of marks, what's called breech face marks that are left behind from the gun on the primer area. And then I also note the quality and quantity of any of the microscopic marks that are present on there for comparisons.
Thank you. I'm going to back up. You talked about the head stamp. Does the head stamp contain the word Luger as well?
Yes, it does.
So SIG Luger 9mm?
Yes, the words 9mm and Luger go together. That's sort of 9mm's full proper name, one of the many names that 9mm has. But 9mm Luger is what its full name is.
Ms. Terry, did you conduct a microscopic comparison of those two shell casings?
Yes, I did.
You tell us how you did that and what went into that.
Because these two shell casings or these two cartridge cases shared the same class characteristics, meaning they were the same caliber, the firing pin shape was the same. Because of that agreement, that would take me to moving towards the microscopic exam. So using that forensic comparison microscope and putting a cartridge case on each side of it, so I look through the eyepieces and see both of them at the same time. I'm looking for essentially the patterns that are left behind from the gun on the one cartridge case and looking for that same pattern on the other one. And that's in a variety of areas that part of the gun has come in contact with that cartridge case. So I'm looking at basically the agreement of the patterns that are left behind in those various areas.
Terry, I'm handing you State's Exhibit 93 for ID. Can you please take a look at that? Can you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a copy of a photograph that I had taken using the microscope, or using the camera that's attached to the microscope.
Is this a photograph taken as part of your microscopic examination of 2589 and 2590?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to introduce the full exhibit, State's 93.
Any objection?
No objection.
93 is the full exhibit.
Oh. Ms. Terrio, I have States 93 up on the screen there for the jurors to see. Could you please tell us what we're looking at?
Yes, so this is a microscopic view through the comparison microscope. What I'm looking at is two portions. It's looking at two cartridge cases at the same time, and if you see this long vertical line kind of right down the center, that's the dividing line between the two stages. So you're looking at basically two images that I've manipulated the cartridge cases to put them together so that you can sort of see one image. But on the left-hand side is Exhibit 2589-PR, and on the right side of that line is 2590-PR. And what we're looking at here, although it's a little bit blurry up on this screen here, it's one section of the primer area that's been sheared off just by nature of the way that the gun operates. It's a microscopic detail that I would look at, and so I've lined up sort of the series of railroad tracks that you can see where they can kind of flow from one side to the other. So that's one area that I had looked at in my comparison of those two cartridge cases.
Thank you. Ms. Theriault, after conducting that microscopic examination, a portion of which we can see, between 2589 and 2590, did you come to any conclusions?
Yes, I did.
What was your conclusion?
That they were fired from the same firearm.
And what was that conclusion based on?
That was based on the agreement of class characteristics, meaning that it was 9mm, they shared the same firing pin shape, the same type of breech face marks, same shape firing pin, and the individual characteristics are what we're seeing here on the screen, which is an agreement of those microscopic marks that arise just incidental to manufacture just from the nature of the way that the gun operates.
Now, Ms. Theriault, when you examined these two, you also had a firearm at the same time to examine, is that right?
Yes.
And that was a Ruger 9mm semi-automatic pistol
Yes, it was.
with property number 2946?
Yes.
Did you reach any conclusions with regard to that pistol and these two shell casings?
Yes, I did.
What was your conclusion?
These two cartridge cases were not fired in. They were excluded from the 9mm Ruger pistol.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
That was based on a difference in class characteristics. So in this particular case, the shape of the firing pin and the shape of the hole or the aperture that the firing pin comes out of. What we're seeing here, I would describe the firing pin shape as elliptical, and the hole that it comes out of in the gun is rectangular shaped. And the Ruger pistol exhibits a circular firing pin and a circular aperture. So right off the bat, right there's a difference in class characteristics that would allow me to say that these two casings or these two cartridge cases were not fired in that Ruger pistol.
Was there any need to move to individual characteristics based on the discrepancy in class characteristics?
No.
And now, before we move on, as a part of that same examination, did you reach any conclusions with regard to what type of firearm could have fired those two shell casings?
Well, based on the characteristics of those those cartridge cases, that the firearms that have those same class characteristics would be Glock, Smith & Wesson Sigma series pistols, as well as Springfield Armory, their XDS line of pistols.
And what caliber of weapon?
That would be 9mm.
So essentially, was your conclusion that 9mm Glocks, 9mm Smith & Wesson, Sigma series pistols, or others could have fired those casings?
Yes.
And that was for your July 7th of 2022 report?
That's correct.
I'd like to move again to October 17th of 2022. Did you author a report with that date?
Yes, I did.
What items did you examine for this report?
Let's see, exhibits 2589 and 2590, which are the ones we just spoke of, that the lab was already in possession of. And then there were a number of cartridge cases and bullets that were submitted at this time that I had not yet seen.
And just for the record, could you tell us what the property numbers are on there?
Yes, so 2589 and 2590 were the ones that I had already examined, and the ones that I had not yet seen before were 22-4367-PR, 22-4369-PR, 22-4370-PR, 22-4371-PR, 22-4372-PR, 22-4374-PR, 22-4375-PR, 22-4376-PR. Those were all 9mm cartridge cases. And then 22-4373 22-4377-PR, 22-4522-PR, 22-4524-PR, 22-4544-PR, and 22-4545-PR. And those items were fired bullets.
And so for 4377, was that a fired bullet that came with part of a tree trunk?
Yes, it was.
What, if any, information did you receive along with those items?
I believe that these had come from a different scene than the initial cartridge cases, 2589 and 2590. They had come from a different scene than those two were collected from.
Did you have any other information beyond that?
No.
With regard to that series of cartridge cases, and I'm not talking about 2589 or 2590, but the rest of them, with the numbers 4367 and then 4369 through 4376, did those all bear the same markings on their head stamps?
Yes, they did. They were all marked SIG 9mm Luger.
With regard to those cartridge casings, did you conduct a microscopic examination of those?
Yes, I did.
And after conducting that microscopic examination, what was your conclusion?
I determined that those cartridge cases, 4367, 4369 through 4376, were all fired in one 9mm pistol.
And what was that conclusion based upon?
That was based on an agreement of the class characteristics as well as the microscopic individual characteristics that I saw through the microscope.
Did you render any or reach any conclusion with regard to that set of shell casings and the first set, 2589 and 2590?
Yes, I did, that they were all fired from the same firearm.
So both of those sets of shell casings, after your examination, you concluded all came from the same firearm?
That's correct, yes.
Was that based on an agreement of the same class and individual characteristics?
Yes.
And at that point, were you able to determine what firearm or what particular firearm had fired those?
Well, the class characteristics of those would still be the ones, the firearms that I had mentioned earlier, the Glocks, the Smith & Wesson Sigmas, and the Springfield XDS, due to that shape of the firing pin aperture and the shape of the firing pin.
And so in your report, did you actually list just one type of firearm that could have fired those?
I did, because that was, that conclusion about what possible firearm it was based on my examination of the cartridge cases as well as all of those bullets.
And what was that conclusion?
Which part?
About what one particular type of firearm could have fired all of those casings and bullets?
Oh, based on the characteristics of those two groups of things, I believe it was a Glock pistol, a 9mm Glock pistol.
So I think I skipped ahead, but I'll ask you now about the bullets. What did you determine after examining those bullets?
Let's see. The bullet that was extracted from the segment of a piece of tree was determined to be a 9mm bullet, and 4522, 4524, 4544, and 4545 were examined, and I also determined those to be 9mm bullets. And microscopically, like after examining all of them together amongst themselves, I did come to an inconclusive determination, so meaning that there was an agreement of class characteristics between them, but microscopically there wasn't enough to I'd say they came from the same gun or say that they had come from different guns, so right in that inconclusive category. But based on the characteristics of those and the characteristics of the cartridge cases, I believe that it could be a Glock pistol that fired them.
And to be clear, you mean that it could have been a Glock, a 9mm Glock pistol that could have fired both the casings and the bullets?
Right. If you were to look at the group of casings and the group of bullets together, the firearm that shares both of those characteristics would be a 9mm Glock pistol.
Thank you. I'd like to move now to a report dated October 19th of 2022. Did you author a report on that date?
Yes, I did.
And what items did you examine as part of that report?
Many of these were items that I had already examined, such as the bullet in 2104, and 2146. 2589 was the cartridge case, the bullet from the tree trunk, which was 4377. 4522, 4524, 4545, 4544, 4545, and then a firearm, a Glock pistol that was exhibit number 22-5517-PR.
And so when you first examined that Glock pistol with the number 5517 PR, is that the first time you had examined that pistol?
Yes, it was.
Stereo Henry States 191. Please take a look at that. Your initials appear on that box.
Yes, they do.
What do you recognize that box to be?
This box is the package that the Glock pistol was packaged in.
Could you open it up? And what's in that box?
Inside this box is a Glock semi-automatic pistol and a set of cartridge cases that I test fired from the gun.
So I'm going to ask you about those. But with regard to the Glock pistol, it is made safe, correct?
Yes, there's a gun lock that is through the action of the firearm, so this is unloaded. There's no ammunition in here and no magazine.
And is there a serial number on that?
Yes, there is.
Can you see it?
Yes.
What is it?
B as in boy, U, M as in Mary, W, 137.
Based on that serial number, is that the same firearm you examined before this automated report?
Yes, it is.
So, Ms. Terrier, could you tell me, when you have a suspect firearm that's submitted to you, how do you compare bullets or casings to a particular firearm to see whether or not they could have come from that firearm?
Well, to do that, I need to test fire the gun, but before I test fire the gun, I do need to capture all of the information about it. So using a worksheet similar to what I use for the bullets in the cartridge cases, I fill this out, and it walks me through basically top to bottom of all the aspects of the firearm. So the make, model, serial number, how it operates, the safety features. I'll look down the barrel of the gun to count the number of lands and grooves and note what kind of rifling it has. I do a trigger pull test, which is to determine how many pounds of pressure it takes to be able to pull the trigger on the gun. What's called a jar-off test, meaning that is this firearm susceptible to an accidental discharge by some sort of force as if dropping it. Once I've done all of that testing, and that's typically done like at my workbench, I will then test fire the firearm once I've determined it's safe and there's no issues with it. So I will select ammunition from the laboratory supply and mark each of the test or the ammunition that I'm about to fire with the lab case number and the test number, whether it's 1, 2, or 3. I do that for both the bullet and the cartridge case, like on the if this was a live round, on the bullet and the cartridge case. And once I've done that, I have the ammunition I need to test fire the firearm. There's a room at the laboratory that's called the test fire room, and in that is a large tank that's designed for test firing guns into. So basically it's filled with water that allows me to collect bullets, and so I test fire the gun into this tank, and I collect the bullets from the tank. It kind of works like a pool vacuum where they get sucked up and deposited into a basket. So I collect the bullets from there and the cartridge cases from the floor, and then at that point I have items that I can microscopically compare to the question items, such as the items from the crime scene.
So just to be clear, you don't take a microscope and look at the firearm itself, you look at ammunition that was fired from the firearm.
That's correct.
I'd like to talk about this particular gun. What were the class characteristics you observed for this particular gun?
The class characteristics of the Glock Model 17 pistol was that it's 9mm. It does have an elliptical shaped firing pin, as well as a rectangular shaped firing pin aperture, or the little hole that the firing pin pokes out of. As far as the barrel of this gun goes, it's 9mm, meaning it's 9 millimeters wide, or 0.355 inches wide. It has 6 lands and grooves, and it also has that polygonal type of rifling.
Thank you. And so what information, if any, did you receive with that gun? And I think you had already received all the other items, but what additional information did you receive?
At that point, I don't recall. I don't think I knew a whole lot. Again, as a firearms examiner or as an examiner in the lab, I'm fairly shielded from that information. They're careful to not give me too much information, but I just know that it was a firearm that was collected that needed to be compared against the items that were already submitted to the laboratory.
When you received that firearm, did it have a magazine with it?
Yes, it did.
And what is a magazine?
A magazine, sometimes it's known as a clip, but the proper term for it is a magazine, and that's the source of ammunition for a semi-automatic handgun.
When you received that firearm and the magazine, were there any live ammunition associated with it?
Yes, there were.
And what type of ammunition was there?
There were 18 live 9mm cartridges, and hold on, I'm just refreshing with my notes. Yes, they were live cartridges, and they have the SIG 9mm Luger head stamp on them.
And when you received all these items, were those cartridges in the magazine?
At that point, I don't recall, because at one point during when that item was submitted to the lab, the magazine and the ammo was separated from the firearm so that it could go to two different sections of the lab. And I don't recall, because I believe the magazine and the ammo went to the latent print examiner for fingerprints, and I don't recall if the magazine had ammo in it or if it had been separated from that.
Thank you. Ms. Terra, you mentioned conducting what are called test fires. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you do that with this particular weapon?
Yes, I did.
And what ammunition did you use to do those test fires?
Initially, I started with ammunition that I had selected from the laboratory supply, and I had also used 2 of the cartridges that were submitted with the magazine for test firing as well. So 4 from in-house, and then 2 that were evidence ammunition.
Was that a total of 6?
Yes.
And what happened to the bullets and the shell casings from those test fires?
They're all packaged in the package with the firearm.
Show us what that package is.
Okay. So this manila envelope is typically what I put test-fired bullets and cartridge cases in from all the guns that I shoot. It's marked with the case number, the exhibit number, and information about the firearm. And so all the items that I test-fired from that gun are packaged inside here.
So, Ms. Terra, after conducting those 6 test fires, did you conduct a microscopic examination of the results of those test fire with the items that you already had?
Yes, I did.
What was the result?
Well, I had taken the cartridge case that was labeled 2589. Since I had already compared it with 2590 and all of the other cartridge cases, I selected that one to compare with the test fires, and I found, after looking under the microscope and seeing an agreement of class and individual characteristics, that 2589 was fired in this Glock pistol. I then examined, I did a comparison between some of the bullet evidence items, 2104, 2146, 4377, 4522, 4524, 4544, and 4545. And my results of that comparison were inconclusive. So they had the same class characteristics, but just not enough of the individual. There was no individual characteristics for me to make any kind of concrete determination. They could have been fired in that gun based on an agreement of the class characteristics, but damage and a lack of detail precluded me from making any further determination than that.
Thank you. Ms. Terra, I'm handing you states 94, 95, and 96. Can you please look at those? these?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
They are copies of photographs that I had taken with the comparison microscope in looking at one of the pieces of fired evidence, one of the cartridge cases, and one of the test fires from the Glock pistol.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to introduce us full exhibits 94, 95, and 96.
Any objection? They're all full exhibits.
And there is a laser pointer up there if you want to use it on the in front of you on the ledge there. It's that top button, if it's helpful. I'm showing now states 94. Can you tell us what this is?
This is a photograph. Again, this is sort of my view through the microscope looking at two items. So this is the dividing line, the center line that divides the two items. So what we're looking at here is more of that shearing like we saw in the earlier photographs between exhibit 2589 and test fire number 2 that I fired from the Glock pistol, which was exhibit 22-5517-PR. This is magnified about 32 times. And so what we're looking at here is this area of shearing that occurred to the primer on the cartridge case. And what I'm looking at here are the matching patterns between the two, the series of lines or scratch marks of shearing that are in agreement running from left to right or right to left.
Thank you. And again, this is between 2589 and one of those test fired cartridges?
Yes, it is.
And what was your conclusion?
That 2589 was fired in the Glock pistol.
Now, did you conduct a microscopic examination of the test fire from that pistol to any of those other casings?
I don't believe so. I believe I just used the one 2589 because 2589 had already been identified as having been fired in the same gun as all of the other cartridge cases.
So would the transitive property apply here?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. And now with regard to those bullets, what was your conclusion?
It was determined that they were inconclusive to the firearm. They shared a class characteristic, but there was too much damage and too little detail to make any kind of more conclusive determination.
What class characteristics were shared?
In some cases, I could see that they were 9mm in the ones that weren't too damaged, in the bullets that weren't too damaged, and the Glock is 9mm. In some of the bullets that weren't damaged enough, I could see that it shared the same type of rifling, that polygonal rifling, and the same number of lands and grooves. But again, there was not a lot of individual microscopic detail outside of just the class characteristics to say conclusively that they had come from that gun. They could have, but they also could have come from any other gun that has polygonal rifling on it. And with the other exhibits 2104 and 2146, they did share that polygonal rifling that I could see. There was not a lot of information left on those particular bullets because of the damage that occurred to them. But what I could see based on my experience in training, that it did appear to be polygonal rifling, and that's the same characteristic that the firearm has. So I couldn't exclude it, but I also couldn't identify it because there was not enough information on there to make a determination one way or the other.
Thank you. Just a couple more. Did you do a report, or did you author a report dated November 8th of 2022?
Yes, I did.
And for that report, what items did you examine?
Let's see. There was the firearm that was submitted, the Glock pistol, in Exhibit 5517, as well as an additional fired cartridge case, a 9mm cartridge case, and that was Exhibit 5557, and then a large package of ammunition and a variety of gun accessories, and that was Exhibit 22-5551-PR.
What type of gun accessories were contained in that exhibit?
Let's see. There were 2 boxes of ammunition, 1 box that had 41 live cartridges in it, 1 full box of 50 live cartridge cases, and they were both 9mm. And then the other items in the package was a magazine, a holster, a magazine loading tool, a paper towel, a cleaning rod, a cleaning brush, some firearm lubricant, and a keychain.
And so there was 1 cartridge case in that group of items, the 5557?
Correct.
Did you go through the same process with that as you did with the other cartridge casings and do a microscopic comparison?
Yes, I did.
And what did you compare it to?
This was compared, 5557 was compared to one of the test fires from the Glock pistol, which was Exhibit 5517, and I determined that this cartridge case was fired in that firearm, in the Glock pistol.
Is that same firearm
Uh,
that we have here?
yes, the
Thank
Glock.
you. And what was on the head stamp of 5557, that 9mm cartridge case?
That was the same that the others had, which was SIG and 9mm Luger.
Thank you. And lastly, April 11th of 2023, did you author a report with that date?
Yes, I did.
And what items did you examine on that, or for that report?
There was one package that contained 4 cartridge cases, 3 of which were 9mm, 1 of which was 22 caliber, and then the Glock pistol was also asked to be compared to those items.
Same Glock pistol?
Yes, Exhibit 5517.
Thank you. So you mentioned that the 3 cartridge cases, what exhibit number did they carry?
That package that contained the cartridge cases was 22-2306-PR.
Now you mentioned that there were 3 9mm cartridge cases and 1 22 caliber.
Yes.
Can a 22 caliber bullet be fired in a 9mm weapon?
No, it cannot.
Is it too big or too small?
It's too small. A 22 caliber cartridge is .22 or just under a quarter of an inch wide, and a 9mm is .355 or .354 inches. So they're 2 different calibers and 2 different ways to fire that cartridge.
What was the condition of those 9mm cartridge cases when you examined them?
Again, I'm just going to refresh my recollection. I did note that they were heavily tarnished. I couldn't determine. I thought they were both, the primer and the cartridge case body were both made of brass, but it was tarnished and it was difficult to determine exactly what material it was.
And did you compare those 9mm cartridge cases from 2306 PR to a test fire from this handgun 5517?
Yes, I did.
What were the results of your comparison?
The 9mm cartridge cases in 2306, labeled A, B, and C, as well as that 22 caliber cartridge labeled D, they weren't fired in the Glock pistol based on a difference in class characteristics.
What class characteristics were those?
I'm just refreshing my notes again here. The shape of the firing pin and the shape of the firing pin aperture were different than what the Glock pistol had. So right there, I would be able to say that they're completely different, so it would be 2 different guns. Well, there was the Glock pistol and then whatever gun fired those 3 9mm cartridge cases.
Thank you, Ms. Sarah. I have no further questions at this time.
Okay. It might be a logical time for another break. Why don't we take about a 10-minute break, then we'll resume with this break.
All right, we're gonna have a drink.
You can step down, Ms. Pereira.
What is it, recess?
Not quite afternoon. Good morning.
Good morning.
So I have some questions about, let's start with the bullets that you examined.
Yes.
And let's ignore everything that you did in April of this year.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
we're going back to everything that you examined from the time that this case was opened in April to the last examination of this similar set of bullets, which was in October and November, right?
Yes.
The Glock that was seized from Logan Clegg, and you knew that it was seized from somebody arrested in this?
Yes, I knew that it was taken from someone.
Okay. And that, I think you said, could have shot the bullets that you examined.
That's correct, yes.
And that was one of 14 different the Glock is one of 14 different manufacturers that could have shot, that produce guns that could have shot those bullets.
If I may just check my notes again, because there are a number of firearms that do have that, the polygonal rifling that's present on those.
I believe you have the list with the first.
Yes, the firearms that do possess polygonal rifling, similar to what I saw on those bullets, include Bursa, Gearsan, Glock, Heckler & Koch, IMI, Car Arms, Chris USA, LIW, Sights, Steyr, and Walther.
So is that 14 or is it down to 12 now?
I think there were a few IMI slash and another name, so IMI slash IWI, LIW slash Vector, Sights slash FIE, and then possibly, again, a firearm that has the polygonal rifling is a .38 Special slash .357 Magnum by the Smith & Wesson's Performance Center.
Okay, so did I get 14 right?
I believe so.
Okay. 14 different manufacturers could have produced the gun that shot all the bullets that you examined.
Right. The class characteristic of polygonal rifling is shared by a number of those, or by those firearms that have that that type of rifling.
14 different manufacturers could have produced the gun that shot the bullets that you examined.
Right. Those ones we just mentioned have polygonal rifling, which is what the bullets, the type of rifling that the bullets had.
Okay. And you cannot say that all the bullets that you examined were shot from the same gun.
That's correct.
So the bullet that fired, the gun that fired the bullet that was found in Mrs. Reed's body that you examined from the medical examiner's office
Yes, I believe that was 2146.
could have been fired by any one of those 14, by any gun built by any of those 14 manufacturers with polygonal rifling.
Right. The characteristic that was present on it indicated that it had polygonal rifling, which is a characteristic that all of those firearms have.
And the Glock is only one of those 14 different manufacturers, right?
Correct.
And Glock makes several different models,
They do, yes.
and they all have polygonal.
As far as I know, yes.
So any Glock pistol that shoots 9mm could have shot the bullet that killed Mrs. Reed.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the first part of that.
Any Glock could have shot, Glock 9mm, could have shot the bullet that killed Mrs. Reed.
It could have been a 9mm Glock pistol, yes.
And it could have been a 9mm of any of those other 13 manufacturers.
Right, again, because of that agreement of that class, or the possession of that class characteristic that they all share.
And the same with Mr. Reed. Any Glock could have shot the bullets Except for you didn't receive any bullets from the medical examiner from the body of Mr. Reid.
There was one set of bullet fragments that had come from the medical examiner. That was case number 189-22, which I believe was the male victim. It was exhibit 22-2129-PR. It was just lead fragments that I couldn't make any kind of determination from.
Okay, so you have no idea any information about the bullet that was found in Mr. Reid's body.
They were just little fragments, and I couldn't determine anything about those.
Okay, so back to then the bullet that killed Mrs. Reid. It could have been a Walther.
It could have.
It could have been a heckling crotch.
Coke, Heckler and Coke, or H&K for short.
Thank you. It could have been a car arms.
It could have, yes.
Could have been a Bursa.
It could have.
And any of those others.
Right, because of that, the presence of that class characteristic of polygonal rifling.
And Glock is a very popular gun, right?
It's pretty common, yes.
As is Walther.
I believe it's also common.
As is, let me just do H&K.
I've seen them in casework, so they're out there. They're made and they're available to be purchased. So.
Okay, and those that I've just mentioned all have polygonal, many models of polygonal, right?
Those are the companies that I'm aware of that have polygonal rifling in their gun barrels.
As well as the remainder on that list of 14, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And in fact, there's so many models made by each of those manufacturers. I think I'm phrasing it wrong. You look at all the different models made by that combination of 14 manufacturers, and you can't even count all the models.
Right, between all of those manufacturers, there's I couldn't even begin to count the number of models that they each make.
So there's too many potential makes and models of guns out there for you to even count that could have killed the Reids.
The bullets that exhibited the polygonal rifling, they could have been fired by any firearm that has that type of rifling.
Could have been hundreds of thousands.
I don't know a number.
Could have been millions.
I don't know.
These guns have been produced year after year for decades, right?
As far as I know, yes.
When did polygonal come out? 70s, 80s?
I don't know. I think that sounds about right.
Okay. So decades
Yes.
of all of those manufacturers with all of their models year after year. Right?
That they've been produced?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, over the years there have been a number, I couldn't begin to count, but there are a number of the guns that do have that polygonal rifling.
So when you said it could have been fired from the Glock 17 that you had that was taken from Mr. Logan, it could have been fired from any of those other guns.
Right. Because of that agreement of that class characteristic, it being polygonal rifling that I observed on the question bullets, it could have been that Glock and it could have been any other firearm. There just wasn't enough information to say one way or the other. It was inconclusive. It could have been that gun and it could have been any of those others.
Okay. And again, it could have been more than one of any of those guns.
I can't determine that because, again, there's just not enough information to say one way or another. It could have been any gun that has that polygonal rifling, including the Glock pistol in question.
Now, I want to talk about your description of the potential conclusions that you reach, okay?
Yes.
You described the association that you're certified in. I think you called it an association.
The professional organization that I belong to, the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners, or AFTE for short, AFTE, I hold my certification in firearms identification through that organization.
And that is a pretty important organization, right?
It's the main professional organization for firearms examiners in the U.S. and around the world.
And you sort of model, your lab sort of models their protocols after AFTI.
Correct. AFTI does have a procedures manual for suggestions on how to do your day-to-day work, SOPs to guide you through how you do your work.
And these AFTI actually has a consensus of experts throughout the field that get together and examine best practices and set forth recommended protocols, right?
I don't recall when exactly the procedures manual was established. The group itself was established in 1969, and at some point during that, since when it started, is when they developed those procedures manuals, and they're recommended for laboratories to use as guidelines to do the work.
And yours have accepted those recommendations as guidelines, right?
Yes.
So you describe the conclusions that you are permitted to reach in comparison examination, right?
Correct, yes, the range of conclusions.
One is that the firearm compared to the bullet is included or identified as the firearm that shot the bullet.
Correct, or an identification, yes.
And one of them at the other range is the firearm is excluded as the firearm that shot the bullet being compared to.
That's correct, yes.
And in the middle is inclusion.
Inconclusive, yes.
Thank you. And that also has three ranges or three criteria.
3 ranges, yes, within the inconclusive category.
And one is that there might be some individual characteristics that point to the particular gun, but not enough to identify it as the gun.
That's correct. So an agreement of class characteristics and some agreement of individual characteristics.
And you can have an agreement of 1 class characteristic or 4 class characteristics, but still have inconclusive, right?
Correct, right. If the class characteristics are in agreement, or even if it's just 1, that might still put you in the inconclusive category.
And inconclusive might be, you know, there's a scratch mark that seems to be pretty similar to this marking that would produce such a scratch, but it's either not clear enough or I need more than 1 to compare so that you can say inconclusive, but maybe leaning towards inclusion.
I think the way to phrase that would be that there's, if there's a conclusion that is leaning towards an identification, meaning that there's an agreement of class characteristics and some, like you mentioned, maybe a few here and there of the microscopic detail, but just not enough to say that it is. That would be what's called the agreement of class characteristics and some individual characteristics. But just still inconclusive, not enough to say for sure that it was a particular gun.
And so then on the other end, you have the inconclusive, but I see a mark on this bullet, but I don't necessarily see something in the barrel that would produce such a mark, but maybe I see that thing. No, I'm sorry, I'm on the exclusion. There isn't a corresponding mark in the barrel, but I'm just not sure.
Right, the other version, or the other shade, if you will, of inconclusive, like they said, there was class and some individual, there's just straight up, I can't determine, there's an agreement of class characteristics and that's that. Or there's the third one, which is the agreement of class characteristics and just not enough to exclude the firearm or to determine whether or not these were fired in the same gun. There's no significant individual characteristics to suggest that they were different. So it's kind of leaning towards an exclusion, but just not enough to completely exclude it either. So almost the opposite of that, if you want to call them A, B, and C. C is kind of the opposite of A.
Leaning towards maybe inclusion
Right, it's still inconclusive.
And then there's right smack down the middle. I can't tell one way or the other.
Correct.
That's what these bullets in comparison to this gun fell into, right?
That's correct, yes.
So, inconclusive, leaning one way, inconclusive, leading another way, is the, and then right smack down the middle.
Yes.
And these are right smack down the middle, right?
Yes, correct.
So let me talk to you about this category of could have been. That is not an opinion category, is it?
It's still inconclusive, meaning that the items could have been fired in a particular gun. It's a further description of the inconclusive, so they, due to a lack of detail or damage, the result is inconclusive. They could have been fired in a particular item, but there was lack of detail and damage that preclude anything. So it could have been that gun, and it could have been any other that exhibits those same class characteristics.
Right, could have been that gun, could have been any other Glock, could have been car arms, could have been H&K, could have been Walther, could have been all those other things, right?
The ones that have polygonal rifling, yes.
And because could have been doesn't really describe anything, it is not one of the conclusions that is approved by applicants.
That particular description is an extra bit of information that I do provide in my report. The beginning of that paragraph in my report does say that the results are inconclusive. The items could have been fired in that gun based on an agreement of a class characteristic. If I could exclude them, I would, but I can't exclude them. They could have been fired in that, and they could have been fired in any of those firearms that have the polygonal rifling.
So let's talk about the part that is the same in the Glock 17 that was seized from Logan, as well as all of the other on the 14 list of 14 manufacturers, right?
All right, are we talking about bullets or still the bullets? Okay.
Yeah. So you talked about examining bullet fragment 2146, right?
Yes.
And also another one from the medical examiner's office that was fragment from Mr. Reid, right?
Correct, that would be 2129, exhibit number.
Anyway, you recall that they were from the medical examiner's office, right?
Yes.
Now, I want to show you a copy of 2146. And is that how the bullet was received by you?
I believe it was. Let me just refer again to my notes. Okay, yes it is. There's the bullet here as well as some of the fragments.
Okay. And the brassy color that is sort of in there, what is that indicative of?
Are you talking about on
Coppery,
this,
I
on
guess,
the,
not brassy, yeah.
on this main bullet part here? Yes, that is a copper jacket that's over the lead center of this bullet.
Okay. But there's enough bullet in there to make some sort of finding about class characteristics, right?
Yes.
Could you determine if that was a polygonal rifling on that bullet?
There was a very small portion remaining. Most of the damage had occurred to the part of the bullet that has most of the rifling characteristic on it. But there was a small portion that, to me, in my experience, did look potentially polygonal versus traditional rifling or cut rifling.
Okay. And potentially polygonal, so you're not making the conclusion that it's polygonal. We can't rule out polygonal and maybe leaning towards polygonal. Is that right?
Again, when I looked at it, it was just the very beginning of the rifling where it engages the rifling when it goes into the barrel. To me, it looked like it was possibly polygonal. It didn't look like cut rifling like I've seen on other types of bullets. So yes, it could. I do believe that it could be polygonal.
So again, I'm going to those conclusions. Is this one that's sort of inconclusive but leaning towards polygonal?
The range of conclusions isn't really particular for determining the class characteristics. That's more determining whether or not a bullet had come from a particular source or not. But again, based on what I saw looking at this bullet, like the very beginning of it to me looked like it could be polygonal rifling.
It's just that equivocation not equivocation, it's that wording that could have been possible. Are you saying it's polygonal, or are you saying I cannot conclude for sure it's polygonal, but it might be?
I think it could be.
But you cannot conclude for sure that it is?
I would need more of the bullet intact in order to say for sure that it is, yes.
Okay. So there's a bit of a question mark there.
A little bit, yes.
Okay. And let's talk about the other class well, there were 3 bullets that you examined near the end of your examination. Let me see, it was 4, 5, 2, 4, 4, 5, 4, 5, and 4, 5, 4, 4.
All right, let's see, which ones did they? I apologize, there were a number of them with similar numbers.
It's in October.
Was that the October 17th
I think
report? Yes. Okay, I'm sorry, which numbers again were those?
4, 5, 2, 4, 4, 5, 4, 4, and 4, 5, 4, 5.
Yes.
Okay. So they, the individual characteristics, class characteristics on those were what?
I'm just going to again refer to my notes. Okay, 4522 falls into that 38 caliber / 9mm category with 6 right rifling and polygonal rifling. And let's see, 4524 is the same 9mm caliber with 6 right polygonal rifling. And 4544 was also the same. It was same caliber and 6 right polygonal rifling. Are we missing one more? It was 4545. And that one was also 6 right polygonal with into that 38 / 9mm caliber family.
Okay. So I think that you named 3 different things. 9mm, I understand that you're saying 38 family / 9mm. You believe them to be 9mm.
Correct, yes.
Polygonal?
Yes.
And right twisting.
Right, with the number of lands and grooves being 6.
6 lands and grooves. And actually, until very, very recently, all polygonal rifling 9mm were 6 lands and grooves.
I'm sorry, what did you mean by that? Could you?
The past couple of years, 8 lands and grooves have been developed in polygonal rifling, right?
Oh, the number of lands and grooves in that? Yes, there are some guns that do have 8 lands and grooves in polygonal rifling.
But almost uniformly, they were 6.
Correct.
So, and polygonal rifling almost uniformly is right twisting.
That's right. I'm not aware of any left twist polygonal rifling.
So, in essence, you could say that polygonal 6 lands and grooves, right twisting is one class characteristic, since almost all of them had the same thing.
I would still describe them as separate.
Okay. Okay. And again, the 8 lands and grooves is a fairly recent phenomenon over this decade, right?
I don't know when, I can't put a date on that. I don't know when that was developed.
Okay. And one of the things that you do to distinguish within the, now is it a class or an individual when you talked about measuring the width of the lands and grooves?
That's a class characteristic. That's something that's determined by the manufacturer prior to the item being produced.
And you don't have widths or of the, is it widths of the lands or widths of the grooves?
It's both, but in polygonal rifling, just due to the nature of the way it looks, it's not cut, so there's no sharp edges to measure. like in conventional or cut rifling. So in polygonal, there's no measurements that can be, there's no lands and grooves, start and finish that you can measure to calculate the dimensions of them.
Okay, so when you talked about one of the things that you can do to distinguish is the width and the length of the lands and grooves, you can't do that on polygonal, right?
It's just the width, not the length, but the
Okay.
width of the lands and grooves. Yes, it's there's no edges to start and finish your measurements from, so it's you can't measure them.
Okay, so again, that's simply a non-existent characteristic when you get to polygonal.
Correct.
And then let's talk about what that difference in conventional versus polygonal does to your ability to compare. I think that you were already talking about the way that it's made sort of removes some of those imperfections that conventional rifling has.
It's not that it removes them, but it's just the way that the rifling or that twist, the spiral grooves are put onto the inside of the gun barrel. It's not removing metal like cut rifling does, where there's an actual tool that comes through to remove metal. This is more of like a forging process where it's just kind of forcing the metal around it, so there's not metal being taken away, it's just kind of being moved around. So that in itself doesn't lend itself well to leaving a lot of microscopic marks behind that a firearms examiner can look for.
So essentially there's like a mold and the metal goes around the mold, so it's created from inception.
The way that I would describe its manufacture is that there is a small piece of metal with that rifling pattern on it, and that little piece is called a mandrel. It's basically that's either pushed or pulled through a rough gun barrel at the factory, and as it's being pushed through there, that's applying those spiral marks, and it's also being what's called hammer forged, where it's in a machine that can apply this force to create to move the metal around that mandrel. So as that mandrel is being pushed or pulled through that rough gun barrel, it's applying that, but then there's also these little hammers that come around and apply an amount of force to be able to kind of squeeze that metal around that mandrel to create the land, or the, they're called lands and grooves, but they look more like hills and valleys as opposed to like sharp edges in cut rifling.
So it's not like the other where you have a barrel and you sort of put a tool through and rip the metal into those lands and grooves.
Right, there's not a tool, in polygonal rifling, there's not a tool that's actually removing metal or cutting metal away, creating like deep channels that you can see like the areas of high and low and like sharp edges and shoulders of these areas. With the polygonal, again, there's lands and grooves that are being applied there, but they're much more soft. They look like rolling hills and valleys, if you will, rather than like sharp edges of discernible cut sections.
So generally, polygonal bullet comparison is, from the inception, more difficult than conventional.
Polygonally rifled firearms tend to not leave due to that manufacturing process. They do tend to be, there's not a lot of individual detail that can be seen through a microscope, depending on the brand of firearm, and if they've developed anything since then to try to change that.
Okay. And that is true with all of the models of all of the guns on your list of 14.
Right. The polygonally rifled firearms do tend to not have as much detail on bullets that are fired through them.
And then you have the make of the bullet itself that can affect your ability to make those comparisons.
Yes, it can. The composition of the bullet jacket can have an effect on that.
So let's talk about the content of the bullet jacket. Total metal jacket here.
Yes.
And Your Honor, I think this is a good time to read the stipulation. Or I can go on. 'Cause
No,
I
let me
didn't
s-
warn
let,
you,
let
I'm
me s-
sorry.
No, that's okay. I'm just going to pull it up. So, members of the jury, as I said in the past, a stipulation is an agreement between the parties that certain facts are true, whereas here the parties have reached a stipulation. You must accept these facts as true. In this case, you have heard evidence that the bullets in the ammunition boxes seized in Vermont were examined and found to be total metal jacket. The boxes that contained the bullets were labeled, quote, full metal jacket, end quote. The parties agree that this difference was a result of mislabeling by the manufacturer and not the result of changes made after the purchase.
Okay, so what you were examining was a total metal jacket, right?
Yes, a number of the bullets that I examined did have that total metal jacket material.
Were there some that you couldn't tell if they were total metal jacket or not?
The ones that were damaged, where that jacketing had been ripped away and I was able to see how thin it is, I could. And I believe the other one, some of the other bullets, hold on, let me again, I can just review. The way that they are designed, where the entire lead portion of the bullet is encapsulated, would also would indicate a total metal jacket type of bullets.
So were there some that you could not determine if they were total metal jacket or not?
I don't believe I believe most of them were, but let me just check. Yes, so the ones that I did examine, they did have that enclosed base, which to me would indicate that they were the total metal jacket.
Okay, and total metal jacket is also one of the most popular shooting ammunitions.
I don't know.
It is very popular.
I know that it's common that you can find them in gun stores, but I can't speak to how popular it is.
Well, let's talk about the purpose of the total metal jacket. A total metal jacket is encapsulates the base so that upon firing it, the gunpowder residue you don't inhale it, right?
I do believe that one reason for encapsulating the whole thing is to minimize the amount of, like you said, the lead that's on the inside of a bullet. Typically, bullets are lead with a copper coating on it. Some bullets have the base of the bullet that's open, and the lead is exposed. And I guess to minimize buildup of lead inside of a firearm, inside the firearm gun barrel, you could use the total metal jacket to sort of encapsulate that and minimize the amount of lead that's being deposited on the inside of the gun barrel. And I suppose it could also be, I guess you could call it environmentally friendly as well, where it's minimizing the amount of lead that's coming out. It's encapsulating the bullet.
And the full metal jacket has an open at the bottom, but it also encapsulates the sides of the bullets, right?
Right, the nose and the sides, and typically in a full metal jacket bullet, the base would be open.
What I said, right?
Yes.
Okay. And also a common ammunition type.
Oh, which one? The full metal jacket? It's pretty common, yes.
Okay. And one of the ways that you can tell the difference between a full metal jacket and a total metal jacket, A, is the encapsulation or not of the base of the bullet.
Yes.
And B is that the full metal jacket is sturdier.
Yes, I would say that's correct.
And in fact, because of the process of the total metal jacket encapsulation process, it's a very fragile coating.
I would say that it's thinner. It's more like a plating process, I believe, than actually forming a piece of copper around the lead core of the bullet.
So I think you described it to me as much more fragile so that you could, once fired, scratch some of the jacketing off with your fingernail?
I think a better way to describe it would be that if it's torn or otherwise damaged, it is rather flimsy that you can flex it with your finger. I wouldn't say that you could scratch it with your fingernail open, but I would say that if it is compromised in some way where there's like a tear in it, you could be able to kind of peel it away pretty easily.
And you have found in examining those damaged bullets that one of the problem is that the coating does peel away.
It does, yes.
And so one of the inabilities to find individual characteristics easily is the fact that that's the place that the individual characteristics would be laid.
Correct, right. In some bullets, when they're fired, a total metal jacket that are fired, that portion of the bullet jacket that gets the marks from the inside of the gun barrel does get ripped away during that firing process. So the marks that I would need wouldn't be on that bullet surface because it's been torn away because it's so thin.
So there's nothing suspicious about being able to identify individual characteristics on a damaged total metal jacket shot from a polygonal gun.
I'm sorry, you said nothing suspicious about that? No, I mean, it's a common ammunition, like we said earlier, that I've seen in casework, and
Okay.
yes.
And there's nothing unique about the inability to identify a bullet to a gun shot, a total metal jacket shot from a polygonal rifled gun.
Correct.
And you actually test fired the gun that was seized from Logan, right?
Yes, I did.
And in some of those test fires, and so that was in the water tank, right?
Yeah, yes.
And so that prevents pretty much that process of peeling off.
It doesn't necessarily prevent it. That can still happen even if I do fire it into the water tank.
And you found individual characteristics on the bullets shot from Logan's gun.
I can see them, like what I'll do after I test fire the gun, I will look at the bullets that I've just test fired under the microscope to see if there's any sort of repeating pattern on them. And I do believe that when I examined the test fires to themselves, kind of getting an idea of what I needed to look for, I do believe that I could see some individual characteristics that carried over in those test fires.
Okay. And you did not see any of those individual characteristics in the bullet removed by the medical examiner, is that right?
Right, I think that was 2104. I just want to make sure I have the right one. I'm sorry, 2146. Right, that's correct. I didn't see any of the individual characteristics on that bullet.
And you didn't see any of those individual characteristics on 4544, 4545, or 4524?
That's correct.
So Logan's gun was capable of leaving individual characteristics.
Yes, it was, again, because I looked at the test fires to themselves.
Okay. So what could be compared? Never mind. So let's talk about why, in this case, the bullets that you examined didn't have any individual characteristics. Bullets shot into a hard object, like on the 8 to 10 inches of ground, might rip the metal jacket off, right?
It could.
Okay. And in fact, I think that when you were talking about looking at the appearance of the 3 that were found underground, I forget the word, sandblasted or grinded or something.
Oh, yes, I forget. The dirt, when you fire a bullet into dirt, the coarseness of the dirt can obliterate or burnish, I think might have been the word I used also, but kind of give it almost a sandblasted or burnished look where just the coarseness of the dirt obscured or obliterated some of those individual markings that I would expect to see on a bullet surface.
Okay. So it's fair to say that no polygonal pistol from your list could be ruled out as having shot one or more of the bullets that were found at the scene.
That's correct. That list did share that polygonal rifling, and I couldn't determine if it was any of those guns or the one in question.
And none of the individual characteristics that Logan Clegg's gun was capable of leaving behind was found on any of the bullets at the scene.
That's correct.
And the bullets at the scene were not discovered and sent to you at the same time, right?
Correct. I believe that they were collected at different times.
And one was pretty immediate. The two from the medical examiner were pretty immediate, right?
Yes, those two, as well as 2104 and 2078, were submitted. That was in the first report that I authored, so the first round of evidence that was brought to the lab.
Okay, we haven't talked about 2104, but let's get rid of 2078. 2078 was also submitted at the same time and clearly not related to the bullets that were discovered by the medical examiner.
It was a different caliber, yes.
It was a hollow point.
Yes.
It was a .40 caliber.
Right.
And it was tarnished really, really bad.
It definitely looked like it had been outside and in the ground for a bit.
Okay. And let's talk about 2104. I have sort of left that out, haven't I? Thank you. That also had the damage that caused the metal jacket to not reveal any individual characteristics.
Let me just double check again. Yes, it was that thin, flimsy jacket material kind of folded over itself, and in that condition, there wasn't really any individual characteristics that I could work with on the microscope to do any kind of comparison,
So
microscopic comparison.
So it's fair to say that the individual characteristics that Logan's gun left on the test fire were not visualized on 2104 either, right?
Right, because of the damage to it.
Okay. So that would fall right smack in the middle of don't know, right?
That would be inconclusive, yes.
Not leaning one way or the other, right?
Correct.
But the fact is that it was capable of leaving Logan's gun, capable of leaving individual characteristics that you did not visualize on any of those bullets, right?
Right, on the test fires, I did see them when I compared them to themselves, and just due to the damage that occurred to the question ones, I couldn't see any of them.
Okay. And I think we were talking about timing, and I got redirected to where I should have been, thank you, is the three that were underground were submitted to you in August, right?
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry, do you have a report date for that one? I apologize.
It's one of the October ones. I think 17?
17th. And that was 4544, 4545, and 4524, those bullets? Yes.
And you had actually started on your examination of them when you received the Glock or received the information that a Glock was seized and coming to you or something?
At that date when I wrote that, I don't recall when or if I was notified that it was on its way. But 2 days later, I did author a report. I can't remember the exact series of events, but when I was working on these, it must have come in at some point because I finished this report, and then the Glock was submitted, and then I could do the comparison to the others.
You either knew the Glock was coming or it had been submitted at the time that you did that report, right?
I can't recall off the top of my head.
Well, that's why you put in that report that it could have been a Glock, right?
I said it could have been a Glock based on the characteristics that I had observed.
Not based on the fact that a Glock had been seized from Logan Clegg?
No.
And why did you say Glock versus car arms?
Well, at the time when I was examining both the bullets and the cartridge cases, having the list of characteristics from what the bullets showed and what the cartridge cases showed, if you can imagine where those lists intersect, that commonality between them would be a Glock pistol. And that was, oh, sorry, go ahead.
You assumed that, and I won't do it again.
Okay, that's
Sorry,
okay.
I
You
know.
knew exactly where I was going. Yes, no, that's fine.
You assumed that casings found on May 20 were related to bullets that were recovered on 4/21 or bullets recovered in August, right?
I'm sorry, could you add?
You assumed that shell casings recovered and discovered May 20th were somehow related to the bullets recovered from the medical examiner and the bullets recovered in August underground.
Well, all of those items were submitted under the same case.
So you made that assumption.
Based on the characteristics that I saw after examining each set of the items, that yes, based on my experience and training of what I've seen, I do believe that it, based on what I saw with the bullets and what I saw with the cartridge cases, that it could be a Glock, taking those two lists and where it intersects.
So there was nothing in the bullets that said that they were fired from those casings, right?
I can't put bullets and cartridge cases back together as one piece.
Okay. So you have no connection other than information that they were submitted in the same case that connects these casings to the bullets underground? Except for 9mm, right?
No, I mean, what I'm trying to say is that I did see the characteristics I saw on the bullets that were submitted in the same case with the cartridge cases. If I'm looking at them as a whole, that the firearm that shares those characteristics between the bullets and the cartridge cases would be a Glock pistol.
You have no connection between these casings and the bullets that were discovered underground based on your observations and examination other than the fact that they were submitted in the same case.
Right.
Okay. And the same with the medical examiner bullet, right?
Yes, that's right. It did have that characteristic of the polygonal rifling.
Okay. Oh, I know. Let's talk about those casings. It was 2589 and 2590, right?
Yes.
I think you said perfectly okay to walk around and hold on to these bullets. Oh, I can't. I can only do one at a time now. I'm showing you the actual bullet. It's got some of your markings on it. I mean, casing. Your markings on it, right?
Correct. There's ink mark on there that I didn't put, but there's a scribed area that I did mark. The scribing is me.
Let's talk about the ink mark that you didn't put. Where did that come from?
I don't know. That might have been from the fingerprint examiner that worked on those.
Okay. And the tarnishing and the coloration, is that affected by the fingerprint examination?
I don't know.
So you can't say that this casing is in the same condition that it was when you got it?
Right. I don't know what it looked like before any fingerprint treatment was done to it.
Okay, could have been shinier,
It could have.
could have been a little bit tarnished.
I don't know. It could have been.
Okay. Could have had a little discoloration on one side, but not the other.
It could have.
Okay. And the casing that you examined, you don't know how it got there.
No, I don't.
You don't know when it got there.
No, I do not.
You do not know if it was related to the shoe shooting of the reeds at all.
Objection.
I allow that question.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? It was,
You do not know if it was related to the shooting of the reeds at all?
only that it was submitted with all the other evidence related to that.
Okay, at different times, right?
Yes, 2589 and 2590 were initially submitted first.
Okay, so still with those casings, these casings you can say unequivocally were shot from Logan Clegg's gun.
Yes, I can.
And let's talk about the other casings that were shot from Logan Clegg's gun. You want to give me the, let's see, it was 4, 5, no. Yeah. 4, what were the numbers?
Let's see. 4367,
Yes, okay.
4369, and then 4369 through 4376.
And do you see those numbers, only the middle 4, on this chart?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and can you see the date that they were recovered?
That date on there says August 25th.
Okay. And so there's a series of shell casings recovered on August 25th. And that's what, 4 months after the reeds were shot?
I believe, yes, I believe April to August.
Okay. So let me talk about another thing. Did I put the casing back? I think I did. Thank goodness. Almost messed it up, but I believe that I have discovered it and returned it to the right thing. Shell casing. How heavy are they?
I don't typically weigh those in my examination.
Pretty light.
Fairly light, yes.
Okay. A lot lighter than the bullet, right?
Yes.
And they just sort of might roll when they're ejected or when they land on a surface, right?
They could, depending on the surface, yes.
Okay. They might bounce a little bit when they're ejected from a gun.
Yes.
And in the woods, I just dropped it on a table. It's a rather hard surface and it rolled, right?
Yes.
And you said on a softer surface, it may just stay, right?
It could, yes.
Okay. And you were aware that these casings were found on a soft surface?
I don't know the surface. I believe it was in the woods, but I don't know what surface it was on.
Okay. And so if ejected from a gun, you would not expect them to roll very far away, right?
Probably not, no.
They probably just lay on top of the debris that they landed on.
I would imagine so, yes.
And just kind of stay there. Okay. I had a thought and it's left me. Give me a second, Your Honor. It's gone. I think I was talking tarnish. What causes tarnish?
On a cartridge case, that could be, this is just me speculating.
I don't think we can have your
Yeah, let's
speculation.
not
Oh,
say
okay.
No.
Okay.
So you don't know what causes it?
No, I don't.
Okay. Going to talk about distance and ejection. Well, let me, I got my thought back. Ejection shell, sorry. Is that when a gun is shot, the casing, when it's not a revolver, which you said stays with it until you manually move,
Right.
every other pistol, it will be ejected, right?
Yes, semi-automatic pistols will eject them.
And generally, it will be ejected up and to to the right.
Correct.
And it doesn't have that much velocity when it's ejected, right?
I don't know. It's not something that I measure in the course of my duties. They do come out rather quickly, but I don't know how fast.
Sure, but you test fire.
Yes.
And you see the ejection.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And you see it kind of go up in an arch and then gravity pulls it down.
Right.
And it doesn't usually go down with a force of like a bullet being propelled. It sort of goes up and gravity pulls it down.
Yes, that would be accurate.
Okay. And it doesn't go up all that high. And it usually goes to the right, by the way, because most people are right-handed and you don't want the ejection to cross the line of vision.
I don't know about that part. I do know that the location of the part of the gun called the ejection port on most firearms or most semi-automatic pistols is on the right. So where that window is, that where it comes out, it'll extract to the right, up and somewhat rearward. But there are guns out there with the ejection port on the left side.
Made for lefties.
I believe they are, yes.
Yeah. And so I've been going like this. The ejection is up and slightly behind.
Yes.
Okay. And so if I'm standing here and shooting, we would expect the casing to go up and a little behind me.
Typically, yes.
And if I was moving along and shot in a different spot, then the ejection would take a similar path but be in a different place.
I would imagine so, yes.
And depending where I stood and my position would determine essentially where the casing lands, right?
Correct. Where you are and where, what type of surface that you're standing on.
Okay. And so I was going to distance. One of the things that you also can do is test fire guns to determine the gunshot residue strength.
That type of testing is what would be considered for distance determination, trying to see how far the muzzle of the gun is from an item.
Okay. And did you do any distance determination here?
No, that was not requested.
Okay. But distance determination also has a general range, right?
We're talking about the soot and burned and partially burned gunpowder that comes out of the end of the barrel besides the bullet. And yes, that can be deposited on an item roughly, I would say, from a handgun about 6 feet or so before those little particles tend to fall off due to gravity or environmental conditions. But generally 6 feet, but testing needs to be done to sort of narrow that down or confirm that.
Okay. It can be like anything from 2 feet to 6 feet, right?
In general, yes, I would say anywhere like from contact to about 6 feet is the rule of thumb. Or not a rule of thumb, but
It can't be distant. If it's contact, it's touching, right?
it is, yes.
And then close contact is what, 1.5 feet?
I would describe close contact or near contact as only an inch or two from the end of the barrel to the item.
Okay. Is there a definition of something about 1 foot to 1.5 feet away?
No.
Okay. So a foot to 1.5 feet away could deposit residue, stippling, gunshot residue, or may not.
It would depend on many things, but yes, I would expect to see gunshot residue, the type that I test for in my area, generally up to about 6 feet or so.
Up to, but as close as what? Where you would not see it.
I would say anywhere between contact and 6 feet is where I would expect to see gunshot residues on an item.
So somebody 1.5 feet away, a barrel, shooting an object 1.5 feet away may or may not leave stippling and tattooing and gunshot residue on and what it's shooting at.
Well, I wouldn't use the term stippling and tattooing. I believe that's a different area of that. But the gunshot residues that I would be testing for, I would expect to see after testing on an item within that 1.5 foot distance that you mentioned.
Okay. May or may not, and the farther you go, the less likely.
The farther out the end of the gun barrel is from an item, and again, if you're getting beyond 6 feet, I would not expect to see a discernible pattern of residues.
And the stippling and the tattooing, that's more for contact and clips.
I don't use those terms in the testing that I do. I believe that might be more medical examiner territory with those terms. Again, I'm just looking for burned and partially burned gunpowder
Okay.
and soot.
And did you test any clothing to determine the presence or absence of gunshot residue?
No, there was no gunshot residue request for that. No testing request.
Okay, so you don't have any information about, okay, never mind.
There's a logical break point in the next couple minutes. Is this good?
Yes, I'm just about to move on, yes.
Okay, so members of the jury, we'll take our lunch break now. We'll resume at 1:30. So we'll see you back for a 1:30 start.
Glock, Smith & Wesson, and Springfield.
Springfield Armory.
And these three bullets that were found underground had polygonal. You're saying if the casings are related to the polygonal, then there might be a connection to Glock.
Correct.
Okay. And these casings, when you examined them with the Glock that was seized from Logan, you discovered that they not only came from his gun, but all of the casings that were submitted at the time came from his gun.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, because you didn't have yet the casings from April of this year.
Correct.
Correct. So all the
Correct.
casings that you examined came from Logan's gun.
Yes.
And those two that you examined that were found May 20th, you don't know what location those two were shot from.
Which ones came from May 20th? I apologize.
2589, 2590.
Okay, yes, I identified 2589 and 2590 to the Glock pistol, as well as the other cartridge cases that were located where you have them shown on that map.
Okay. But you don't know where they were shot from. You know where they were found, right?
I don't know the location of where they were recovered or where they were found. All I have when the items come to me is what exhibit number they are. I'm not given any of that information of where exactly they were located.
Okay. But they were the same as several other casings that were found in another location, right?
They were all identified as having been fired in the Glock pistol.
And there is no doubt whatsoever that all of those casings are related because they were shot from the Glock pistol that was seized from Logan.
Yes, all of those cartridge cases that I examined, the 9mm cartridge cases, were identified as having been fired in the Glock pistol.
Okay, and by the way, casings are metal, right?
Correct.
Okay. And can revolvers be polygonal?
There's one particular polygonally rifled revolver that I'm aware of. It's from Smith & Wesson.
Does it shoot 9mm?
It can, yes.
It's not on your list.
It is on standby.
Oh, the polygonal Smith & Wesson Watts. I'm sorry, I thought that was for a 38. So that is also for the 9mm?
Yes, I believe they do make that in that particular revolver does come in 9mm, and I believe it does have a polygonally rifled barrel.
Does that make it 15 manufacturers instead of 14?
I guess it would, yes.
Okay. And so if a revolver shot the bullets that killed the Reids, casings would not be found at the scene, would they?
I wouldn't expect them to unless the firearm was actually opened up and the cartridge cases were physically removed by hand.
That the shooter would take them out and leave them at the scene as a hint that he was there.
I don't know about that, but they would have to be manually removed from the cylinder of a revolver.
Okay, so if shot from a revolver and not specifically removed, that particular type of gun would not leave casings at the scene.
Correct.
And talk a little bit more about those three that were found underground. And you were aware at the time that they were underground when found.
Yes, I believe at some point, I forget when or how, but I believe it was indicated they were pulled out of the ground.
Okay. And one more I missed is you talked about how a bullet was fired and that explosion inside of the bullet in the casing.
Yes, the detonation of the primer causes the gunpowder to burn, which causes energy that causes the bullet to travel down the gun barrel.
Okay, and when that happens, there is some, even though it's encased, there's gunshot residue that comes from the ejection port.
Yes, in that case, that's talking about residues from the primer being detonated.
Okay, and gunshot residue for the primer being detonated, that is a propellant. I mean, gunshot residue, right?
It is. That's the type that's typically collected from someone's hands with a little sticky stub.
It's stuff that remains on an object if, like you say, if your hand is where the gunshot residue comes down, then you have potentially left gunshot residue on your hand, right?
Correct, but that type of testing for that particular kind of gunshot residue from the primer is actually conducted by a different, it's a different testing than what I do. That's out of my area of expertise.
Okay. And I'm not asking about that. I'm asking for presence, not testing. And so it's also at the ejection port, so it covers a casing.
It would be on a cartridge case, yes.
Okay. And it sort of falls to the ground.
Whether it comes out of the ejection port area or from the muzzle of the firearm, again, the testing that I would typically do or that I'm trained to do is the testing that comes out of the end of the barrel. But yes, it would fall, it would travel a certain distance and then fall to the ground.
Okay. So when a shooter shoots a pistol, gun, whatever, there would be gunshot residue potentially left on the person, but certainly left on the gun, right?
Yes.
Left on the casing.
Yes.
Left on the area around where the shot occurred.
I would imagine so.
Okay. And it sort of gets on everything, right?
I don't know. That's not any kind of testing that I do.
Okay. Well, it comes out in sort of a cloud, right?
It does.
Okay. And when we look at the three that were located underground 4 months after the Reids were shot and killed, I want to talk about how a bullet travels coming out of the barrel. Okay?
Okay.
So if you held a gun out and you shot it rather parallel to the ground, the bullet would just continue with ever decreasing velocity until gravity was stronger than the velocity.
That type of trajectory analysis is out of my area of expertise. I'm familiar with how a bullet comes out and what happens to it, but
I'm not doing trajectory. I'm asking about the path a bullet would take.
right, that's out of my area of expertise.
That you wouldn't know that a bullet would continue straight until gravity brought it to the ground?
I would imagine that's true, but that's out of my area of expertise. I, as a firearms examiner, am more concerned with examining bullets in cartridge cases and identifying them back to a particular firearm.
Okay. Did you know that the wounds on the Reids were upper body?
I don't know that.
Okay. This may be outside your area of expertise, but just say it if that is so, is what happens to a bullet when it hits an object?
I can talk about that because they're in that condition when I receive them, yes.
Okay. So if a bullet hits a relatively soft object, and goes through, and say it's somewhere on the body where there were no bones, and no bones are struck, and the bullet goes through, there might be some reduction in velocity, but not necessarily any change in direction or a major change in velocity.
I don't know that. That's out of my area. Changing direction and velocity, that's not my forte.
Okay, that's what I was asking. Okay. I want to talk about the Ruger that you examined in July 2022.
Okay, yes.
And that one was conventional, it was not polygonal.
That's correct, yes.
So you're able to look at that and pretty immediately say, no, it can't be.
Right, because of that class characteristic.
Okay, so it wasn't one of those major looking at and comparing or anything like that, it's just polygonal none.
Correct, yes.
And couldn't have ejected the casing pretty much for the same reason that the type of, what was this, elliptical mark on the base, Ruger has a different kind of mark on a cartridge when it fires a bullet.
Yes, on a Ruger pistol, on this Ruger pistol, the shape of the firing pin was different than what I observed on the cartridge cases. So that difference in class characteristics would tell me that the cartridge cases were not fired in that gun.
Okay. And similarly, we talked about April of 2023. You examined some casings, some of which were 9mm, and one of which was
22 caliber, yes.
22. So here, you're aware that they don't come from either of the seams, right?
Again, I don't know where they came from. I just know that they were submitted in 2023. I forget exactly what month, but I don't know when or where they were collected.
They were submitted about a year after the shooting, right?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And so there's virtually nothing in that submission, except for they're in the same case, that tells you anything about the relationship of those to the gun, right?
They were all four of those, the 3 9mm and the 22, they were excluded from the Glock pistol, yes.
And again, that exclusion was based on really pretty, the 22 was pretty obvious, right?
Right, the difference in caliber, yes.
I mean, a bigger gun can shoot a smaller, but it's pretty dangerous.
Well, in this particular instance where you have a 22 caliber live round, you can't fire that in a 9mm just because of the such a big difference between the sizes of the calibers.
Okay, so a 38 can shoot a 9mm. 9mm can't shoot a 38?
No, it kind of depends on the caliber and the gun. There's some similarities between calibers that would let you shoot, say, for example, a 9mm in a 40 caliber gun, for example. But you can't go vice versa because the 40 is obviously too big to fit in a 9mm gun. In this case, when we're talking about a 22, it's way too small, and the way that a 22 is detonated is a different system than what a 9mm pistol uses, so it wouldn't work on many levels.
Sure. So when you're looking at the old, by the way, they were old and tarnished casings, right?
Yes,
well,
they were.
You can't say age, but you can say very, very tarnished.
They were discolored, yes.
And they didn't have that elliptical mark on the base of the casing, right?
Right, on the primer area on the head of the cartridge case, they had a different shape firing pin.
So you didn't really even have to do much analysis there. It's pretty obvious, pretty quick.
They were excluded from the Glock pistol based on that difference in the class characteristics, as you said. I did do a microscopic examination of those 3 9mm cartridges, and they were all fired in one gun. It just was not the Glock pistol.
Gotcha. Okay. So, I think I'm pretty much done, but, oh yeah, I don't know where, here it is. When we're talking about those 14 or 15 different manufacturers that could have produced a gun that fit the class characteristics, which was essentially a 9mm and polygonal, because within polygonal you get right twisting 6 lands and grooves.
Yes, those firearms manufacturers that we discussed earlier, they all produce firearms with polygonal rifling.
And except for some very rare exceptions, never mind. So all of those manufacturers that you listed could have shot them, right?
Yes, they were definite possibilities due to that class characteristic.
And there are about 7 or 8 on that list that are pretty popular.
Yes.
And we went through, you can't tell if it's hundreds of thousands or millions or how many a year, right?
That's right, yes.
And some of them are pretty esoteric, right?
There's a few that I've never seen in my almost 20 years of doing this work. Some of them I've seen quite often, but there's a few that I've not ever seen before.
And none of them can be identified or excluded as having shot the bullets that were recovered at the medical examiner's office?
There were possibilities that could have fired it. The only firearm I had in the case besides the Ruger was the Glock, so it could have been fired in that because of that agreement of class characteristics, but it could have been any of those firearms that we mentioned earlier on that list that have that characteristic.
Okay, so that was my question, was any of those on that list could have fired the bullets that were recovered from the medical examiner?
Yes, I think that was 2146, yeah.
Okay. Any of those guns, makes, models, whatever, could have fired the bullets that were found underground?
Right, because again, those exhibit that polygonal rifling, and that's what, that list of firearms, that's a characteristic that they all have.
And a different gun could have fired, within those categories, could have fired the bullet from the medical examiner's office, and could have fired, then, it could have been 2 different guns than the bullets that were underground, right?
Again, I couldn't tell because of the damage. It could have been any of those types because of that agreement of class.
And there was nothing in your examination of the 3 bullets that were found in August that told you how long those bullets had been there?
That's correct. I don't know how long they were out there.
Because there's something about shooting underground, they don't quite oxidize, so something that was shot April 18th might look in a similar condition than something that was shot in August?
I don't know anything about them oxidizing or what the ground does to it. I can't say that. I can just say that they had similar class characteristics to the gun, but there's also a number of firearms that have that.
So there could be a manner to determine whether or not the bullets that were found in August had been underground for 4 months, 3 months, 2 months, or 1 month.
Objection.
Do you have any opinion on that?
No, I'm not aware of any way to determine how long something's been in the ground.
Okay. Do you know?
No, I'm not aware of any method to do
Okay.
that.
And you don't know anything about whether oxidation occurs underground?
No.
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. And so when you say it could have been a Glock, it could have been any of the other 15 on the list?
Yes, Glock is included in that.
I forgot to talk about the bullet weapon here. Sorry. Did you examine 4377 and 4522?
Yes, I did.
And 4522, the result?
Let me just refer to my notes again. 4522 was a 38/9mm caliber bullet. It exhibited 6 right lands and grooves with the polygonal rifling, and it was in good shape as far as what kind of markings were left behind. But again, it was inconclusive to that firearm as well as the other 9mm bullets.
Did it have the jacketing?
Yes, it did.
And it had some individual characteristics?
Let me just refer to my conclusions. That is 4522. No, that one also was found to be inconclusive in comparison to the other bullets as well as the Glock pistol.
Okay, so here is one that has no particular damage to it, right?
Right.
The jacket is intact.
Yes.
And when you shot Logan's gun into the water barrel, examined those bullets that were intact, you saw individual characteristics.
I did see individual characteristics on the test fires that I fired, yes.
And some of the test fires actually still, the jacket got damaged
I,
during
bel
the test fires.
I believe they did. I'd have to actually look at that package of test fires because I don't recall off the top of my head. I think some of them did get damaged.
Okay. In any event, and then 4377,
Yes.
that was found in a tree.
Yes, there was a segment of tree trunk that was submitted in a package to the laboratory, and based on where I observed a defect in the wood, I was able to pull it apart and extract a bullet from it.
Okay. And that was damaged in the sense that the jacket was.
Let's see, 4377. Sorry, there's a lot of pages here. It was in very good shape. It wasn't damaged in that there wasn't a lot of damage to the outside jacket. It was in very good shape. There were some wood particles still adhering to it. It was 9mm, and it did have the 6 right and the polygonal rifling on it. But again, that one was also, after examination with the other bullets and to the Glock, was determined to be inconclusive.
Okay. And that one had also gone through an object to abrade the outside, right? A tree.
Right, it was recovered from a tree, so that could have some bearing on how much detail's left on the surface of it for comparison.
Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah. Sorry, one more thing. There's a thing called a ghost gun, right?
Yes.
Or actually, that's the vernacular. It might have some technical names, but it on the street called a ghost gun.
Correct, yes.
And what it is some of it might be 3D printing, or some of it might be getting various parts of a gun in the mail separately and putting them together to make a gun, right?
Typically, what's called a ghost gun or a privately made firearm is a frame that's 80% complete when it's purchased, and there's some machining and some tooling and some holes to be drilled in that frame in order to make it technically what would legally be described as a firearm, is the frame of a gun. And then there'd be parts, the internal components that would be purchased and then put into that firearm.
And Glock polygonal parts can be purchased separately with the Glock polygonal rifling barrel.
I'm not sure if Glock parts can be purchased by themselves, such as the barrel or the slide. I know that in producing one's 80% kit, like you can purchase like aftermarket barrels and from like third-party companies, and I'm not sure of what type of rifling they have in there. I don't recall if anything that's polygonal is something that can be purchased like at a gun shop or from a parts online store.
Okay, and I think you thought that perhaps that could be
for which part?
Purchasing the part with the polygonal rifling.
Oh yes, I don't know off the top of my head if there are available gun barrels with polygonal rifling for an aftermarket type of purchase.
So there's potentially another source of any of the bullets that were recovered in this case, as represented in these two charts, which are, by the way, 1163 and 1162. Another potential source of gun for any of the bullets on those two charts that we've been discussing.
If there was a polygonal barrel that was installed on the frame of an 80% made firearm, yes, that barrel could be a potential barrel that could have fired those bullets.
And so again, when it comes down to it, there are untold numbers of guns in the United States that had the individual characteristics that could have fired any 1, 2, 3, or 4, or whatever bullets recovered in this case.
I didn't see any individual characteristics on those question bullets that were recovered from the variety of scenes because of the damage and the lack of detail on many of them. So I can't speak to the individual characteristics on those.
Did I say individual? Or
You did.
Did I say class?
No, you said
Got
individual.
it wrong then. Thank you.
So,
Let me rephrase because
Yes,
I
please.
asked the wrong question.
okay.
Based on the class characteristics that you saw, any of the guns on that list that we've talked about, 15 plus, 14 plus, could have shot any one of the bullets that we've talked about that you examined.
Yes, any of those 15 produced guns that have polygonal barrels that could be on a list of possibilities that fired those.
Could be.
Could
right?
be.
Could be. And could be is now. Oh, yeah. When I asked you, by the way, excuse me, I don't think the jury's heard about depositions before. So let's talk about the time that you and I spoke about this case.
Yes,
And it was a formal setting called a deposition, right?
that's correct, yes.
And you are under oath answering my questions about your evaluation, right?
That's correct, yes.
And the state prosecutors are there,
Yes,
and I and my co-counsel,
yes.
and somebody is, I don't remember if it was a monitor or a steno, taking down the questions and answers as we're saying them.
Yes, that's right. It was transcribed, yes.
And during the course of that, I actually asked you about ghost guns and Glock barrels.
I don't recall specifically, but I believe we may have.
Okay. I'll ask you the question and then I'll let you look at your answer, okay?
Sure.
Do you recall telling me that you can buy aftermarket barrels from, a ton of companies? You can use Glock barrels. I think their designs are such that they can be put into these frames.
Yes, you can use Glock barrels, and I've seen that before, where you have an 80% kit frame with Glock parts, such as a barrel and a slide installed on them.
Thank you.
Further direct examination?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Ms. Terrio, when you receive items to examine, such as bullets, casings, firearms, where do they come from?
Generally, they're submitted to the laboratory by a representative of the agency that's investigating that crime, but specifically from the crime scene, generally I don't know.
So they come from a law enforcement agency,
Yes.
typically police?
Yes, either the state police or a local municipality.
And can you examine evidence that is not submitted to you?
No.
So in this case, how many firearms were submitted to you by police?
There was the two, the Ruger pistol and the Glock pistol.
And of those two, did either of them, after examination, or did you conclude that either of them was capable of firing the casings and bullets that you examined in this case?
The cartridge cases that I examined were identified back to the Glock pistol that I examined in this case. The bullets in the cartridge cases were excluded from the Ruger pistol, and the Glock pistol, because of that agreement of that characteristic, the polygonal rifling that I saw on the questioned bullets, it could have been that gun and it could have been any other firearm that has the polygonal rifling.
Ms. Terrio, you talked about your conclusion that a 9mm Glock pistol could have fired the bullets and casings that were submitted to you. Is that right?
At the time when I examined just the bullets in the cartridge cases in a group, yes, the list of firearms that could have fired the bullets was the ones we'd spoken about earlier. The guns that exhibit the characteristics that I saw in the cartridge cases was the 3 that we spoke about, but where that list intersects is what let me, as an expert in after looking at them, determine that it could have been a Glock that fired those.
So rather than examine just the bullets or just the casings, why did you examine them all together?
Because at that point, I believe all of those items were, hold on. I'm sorry, what was the first part of that? I apologize.
So rather than just focus on what gun could have fired these bullets, or separately, what gun could have fired these casings, why did you look for the intersection of those lists?
Well, I did do both. I had the list that could have fired the bullets and the list that could have fired the guns, and what I reported out on one of the reports was that where that list intersects would be Glock pistols.
So did you examine all of that in totality?
Yes.
You said that the gun that was here in the courtroom that you examined, the Glock 17 9mm pistol, was capable of leaving individual characteristics on a fired bullet. Is that right?
I examined the test-fired bullets after I fired them, and under the microscope I could see areas of agreement in those test fires that I fired through the Glock pistol.
So just because a gun is capable of leaving individual characteristics on a test-fired bullet, does that necessarily mean that individual characteristics will be seen on any bullet fired from that gun?
I would expect to see that, but sometimes that's not always the case. It could be the metal of the bullet that it's made of. It could be damage that the bullet has sustained that would keep me from seeing individual characteristics.
And some of the bullets that you examined that were submitted to you in this case, did they exhibit damage?
Yes, they did.
No further questions.
Any further cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. You were asked if you could, that you couldn't examine an item that hasn't been submitted?
If it's not been submitted to the laboratory, unless it's sent to the lab, then I can't examine it, yes.
So if the murder weapon was not sent to the lab, you can't examine it, right?
I wouldn't be able to tell if that was the gun that did it until I examined it.
Right. And I think that you said that without examining a gun, any of the remaining guns that you haven't examined could have fired the bullets.
Right. Any of those possibilities are ones that could be the one that fired those bullets.
Okay. And you said that just sort of as a matter of can't remember how you put it. But anyway, you were looking both at the bullets and the casings and the list that would fit one and the list that would fit the other to say Glock could have shot both.
Right. The list of guns that could have fired the bullets, the list of guns that could have fired the cartridge cases, that commonality between those two lists of bullets and cartridge cases was a Glock pistol.
But you don't actually have evidence that the bullets came from those casings.
Right. I can't put bullet back to cartridge case from the scene.
And if those bullets appeared at the scene later after the shooting, they may not have fired those bullets.
Objection.
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
If
Give counsel an approach.
believe that you made some sort of connection between the casings and the bullets, not because you could tell that the bullets came out of the casing, but that they were essentially submitted to you for the evaluation by the agency in the same case.
Wait, I'm sorry, you need to rephrase that. That was very long.
You made that connection of casings and bullets could be a Glock simply because they were submitted in the same case from the scene.
Yes, I could.
But you can't tell if those bullets ended up in the ground at the same time or later that the casings came to be at the scene.
I have no idea what that time frame was. No, I don't know.
And you would expect to see individual characteristics on an undamaged bullet shot from the same gun.
Objection.
Let me see.
I believe the state asked if you had seen individual characteristics on a test-fired gun, would you expect to see them on a bullet? And you said yes, unless they were damaged or something like that.
Right. If I'm looking at the test fires that I fired from a gun, I would expect to see individual characteristics that I could identify. Sometimes that's not always the case if it's dependent on the type of metal of the bullet, or if it's, usually it's the type of metal, or if it somehow got damaged in the firing process, because even though I shoot into water to keep the bullets pristine, sometimes they do get damaged.
Okay. And some of the bullets that you shot that left individual characteristics were the ammunition taken from Mr. Clegg.
I don't recall off the top of my head on which number test fires I saw the individual characteristics. I'd have to open them back up and look at them again. I can't remember which ones I saw it on, if it was evidence ammunition or if it was laboratory ammunition.
Okay. And one of the bullets that you examined from August was relatively undamaged.
Let's see, which one was, what number is that one on?
4522.
4522. Yes, it was not damaged that I could see. It looked fairly pristine. That's what I could see from that one.
Thank you.
No further questions.
Okay, any objection to excusing Ms. Terrio altogether?
Nope.
No.
Okay.
All
Ms. Terrio, you're excused, but before I ask you to, any additional witnesses for the state?
No. State rests.
Okay, members of the jury will take our break right now, and we'll continue in about 10 or 15 minutes. And my instruction still applies. You can't discuss the case among yourselves until all the evidence is completed, and I've given you the instructions in the law that applies. We'll take a bit of a longer recess, probably about a 15 or 20-minute recess. Then we'll resume with testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
All rise for your honorable jury.
You can sit down, Ms. Terrio,
Thank you.
and everyone can have a seat.
May we approach real quick?
Yes. I know Attorney Dominguez, Attorney Smith, who's going to be addressing the motion.
I am.
Okay.
I'll take each indictment on its own. Talking about indictment alleging second-degree murder. Actually, not on their own, because I think all of the second-degree murders, whether it is charging knowingly or reckless with extreme indifference, fall under the same analysis. Essentially, the issue of mental state is not an issue in this case if Mr. Clegg did not cause the death of the Reeds. And it is our position that the state has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the death of Mr. Clegg caused the death of the Reeds, taking the light most favorable to the state. And I think I said that standard backwards, but taking the light most reasonable to the state, no reasonable jury could determine beyond a reasonable doubt that the state has proven that Logan Clegg caused the death of Mr. or Mrs. Reed. And I'm looking at the evidence that they have presented to try and make that connection. And first seems to be the not quite identification by Mrs. Nutt, Dr. Nutt, of seeing someone on the scene that the state is trying to suggest is similar to the description of Mr. Clegg. So number one is the state has made no connection between that person that Nan Nutt saw and the person who caused the death of the Reeds. At this point, the only connection is that that person was on the same trail as Mrs. Nutt, probably at the time the gunshots were fired. This person was north, she was south. Second, when we're trying to make connection of that person to Logan Clegg, the state has failed to do that either. Nan Nutt specifically stated that the person was wearing khakis. We have a picture of Mr. Clegg less than a half an hour before the shooting wearing black jeans, very clearly wearing black jeans, and it takes, under the quickest timing by Detective Brown, from 2:33 crossing over the Loudon Road on that sidewalk side of Loudon Road to 8 plus 4, 12 minutes, 33, 43, 44, 45, 46. So at the most favorable to the state, would not have been in the area until probably right at the time of the shooting. Probably coming up behind the Reeds, perhaps in time to be in front of the Reeds, but probably within eyesight of Mrs. Nutt as she gets out of the car, because although she started her tracker at 2:48, she also indicated that she was in the parking lot for a few minutes, getting herself in order, getting the dogs out of the car, whatever, and then started a little bit on the hike, not very far, probably, I think just beyond the gate when she started the tracker. So she was in that area before 4:48. So not time to change clothes. And is her observation accurate? Well, with someone like Dr. Nutt, probably, because she was very clear in, she didn't notice anything, but what she did notice, she was confident in, and she not only gave this to the description to the detectives, but she sat down and wrote her recollection calmly and with thought, with the things that she recalled, and that was one of the things that she recalled was the khaki pants. Another thing that she recalled was items that that person was carrying, and again, very clearly described a round jar about 4-inch circumference. I don't know if she used those words, but she said 4 inches around or something. And reminded her of a peanut butter jar. And what we see is Logan Clegg leaving Shaw's with a rotisserie chicken in one bag, we know because we know what he purchased. But actually in the other bag, we can see through the bag lining to the bright green of a Mountain Dew bottle. Mountain Dew tapers at the top to about an inch. It's a 2-liter bottle, and it has the nubby bottles, the nubby formation at the bottom of the bottle. Again, this is something very specifically observed by Ms. Nutt that is inconsistent with the person who left the Shaw's supermarket. And we don't know that the person she saw had anything to do with the shooting other than perhaps hearing the gunshots. So what else connects Mr. Clegg to the scene? The state is talking about, I believe, suspicious behavior in burning down his tent site on the Broken Trail grounds. No, yes, on Profile Avenue. And also with that, by the way, is a path that would go from Shaw's through Altonwood up through the power line almost directly to that tent site without the need to go into Marsh Loop Trail. So nothing suggests that Logan travels on Marsh Loop Trail on the way to that tent site. We agree that it was his tent site. That's not an issue. But the state can't say that that was his method of travel. And the state only has evidence that the tent site was burned sometime between the 15th and the police went to the tent site in that morning, and the 20th in the morning when Mr. Medina saw and took pictures of the tent site already burned. So we have a narrow time period. Although it seems like some of the branches were burned up top, there was not, and the jury was there. There was not burn on the ground. There was not a out of control fire or anything like that. And I believe it rained Wednesday night. We've heard evidence of rain on Wednesday night. It doesn't say when it's burned. The circumstantial evidence is with the fire not spreading and stuff, but not even that. Sometime between the 15th and the 20th, the purchase of a new tent and rubbing alcohol on the morning of the 19th, again, doesn't say anything about when the tent was burned, because we've learned of many other times where Mr. Clegg perhaps lived without a tent and his amenities. And the alcohol, I assume the state is going to argue, was purchased in order to burn the tent. We've got leftover propane bottles that have got to have gas that is at least contained within, you know, the gassy part, not the liquid. And he also had other items. He had prior purchased rubbing alcohol. Whatever he was using that rubbing alcohol for, whether it was some condition or something that he wanted more that next day when he got rid of all of his stuff, it's sheer speculation. So the next thing that connects Mr. Clegg is giving a false name. I think there's been plenty of evidence that he had used that false name before, and that he had was a fugitive from justice seeking to avoid arrest. That he purchased a bus ticket after the contact with police, where, by the way, the police were calling in the name in front of him. Detective De Silva said that, so he was aware that they were calling in the name and that he was confronted about the name not coming up. So he has certainly reason to believe that they might be following up, and so he leaves. He leaves, by the way, on a variation of the Arthur Kelly name, and I believe it was Denton Kelly or Arthur Denton or something. That they have Mr. Clegg in Portsmouth for a period.
Portland.
Sorry, thank you. Portland, Maine, for a period of time until a ticket is purchased, till he gets to Boston, and from Boston a ticket is purchased to Albany and Burlington, and that he begins his work at Price Chopper sometime in May, remaining there until he gave his 2-week notice to Shaw's, Price Chopper, sorry, thank you, and was preparing to leave. So then we have, what we've recently got is the ballistics evidence, and there is nothing in the ballistics evidence that says Mr. Clegg's gun was the gun that fired the bullets that killed the Reids. And since I just gave all of that, I don't think that I need to articulate all the problems with what the ballistics were, but there's nothing that narrows it down to the Glock, nothing that narrows it down to the model Glock 17, and nothing that narrows it down to his individual gun. It is one among perhaps millions of guns that could have been fired that caused the death of the Reids. Then we have the casings, which you've heard evidence of that a lot. You've heard evidence of the search that was conducted with gunshot residue dogs. I can't remember the name, but the dogs that are specifically trained to smell casings, among other bullet evidence, that not one but two that searched, and all the area that was searched was kept in mind the potential position of a potential shooter, not narrowing it down, and checking that area thoroughly. You heard evidence of a metal detector being used, one but by more than one person in that same area. There was certainly a suggestion by the state that perhaps it wasn't the best metal detector in the world, but you will also recall that that metal detector during the day of the search, I don't recall what exhibit number, but it actually seemed to have detected stuff in the area where 3 bullets were found underground. The digging didn't find them. There's nothing that suggests that that thing didn't work, and that it beeped, and that people were checking, looking specifically for casings. Some were moving around evidence, some were using the metal detector, some were following the dogs, and you heard about the line search where they're walking and not far enough apart so that they could see all of the areas. You've also heard about how apparent casings are by the fact that Jeff Ward, who I think he said he was 5'11", was standing up, walking around a tree, not even particularly looking for casings, but checking out the area where the casings were found a month after the shooting, and there they were in plain sight. He did not need anything extra to locate them. He walked around the tree, and there they were, and he called Detective Gorham, and she looked, and there they were. Casings, and we also have the picture of where they were found, and they were very difficult to find in the picture. So you can't look at that picture and say, nope, they were hidden, they could have easily been missed, because They couldn't find him in the picture, and yet in person there they had no problem finding it. So they have not connected Logan through the casings. Yes, we're certainly implying that somebody planted those casings, and I don't think that the state has done anything to refute it. I think one of the things that they were trying to do was say that the casings were not deep, but you had to brush away debris to get the casings in August that were found at the burnt tent site, therefore they were not in plain view. A lot can happen in 4 months, Your Honor, and you've heard the movement of casings when they're shot from a gun, and certainly everything would suggest that shortly after they are shot, they are in plain sight, and that over time things happen and they ended up in the position that they were in August, but nothing, especially with the spread that they were found, suggests that they were moved or hidden in any way. Oh, and then I think that there was the computer that was wiped, and a check on the Concord News. Again, it is reason to suspect, it's reason to investigate, but they cannot connect Logan Clegg to the shooting of the Reeds. They can connect him to hiding behavior. That's it. Oh, that's it for, do you want to do one at a time?
I think, but for the falsifying, isn't it a similar argument? Aren't you saying? I mean, like the moving of the bodies, which are two of the indictments,
Yes,
would be similar. Yes.
I was about to address, because
Yep.
I was going to say one at a time, and then
Yep.
it was hitting me that they're actually so related that there's no need. So, if there's no evidence, or no evidence that a reasonable jury could find beyond a reasonable doubt that Logan Clegg caused the death of the Reeds, then that absolutely applies to moving or concealing the bodies, because I think there's no doubt that this is what the shooter did, or whoever was involved in the killing of the Reeds. So that indictment would fail. The burning of his tent site after the death of the Reeds, they cannot prove that the tent site was burned after the death of the Reeds, because again, we have a time period of the 15th to the 20th. I certainly don't dispute that it could have, but they have not proved, and especially if they can't prove that he killed the Reeds, they can't prove that burning the tent site was trying to impair the investigation. And then when we go to the computer, the laptop computer charge, which was the subject of the bill of particulars addressing the investigation, because that's not as clear as the other two in time frame. It is trying to impede the investigation into the death of the Reeds. There's no evidence, if he didn't cause the death of the Reeds, that would be the purpose for doing it, and that there is another purpose that exists in this case. So for those reasons, I move to dismiss all of the indictments.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Hey, Alberding.
Yes, I just, as far as the law goes on this, I think Attorney Smith has correctly stated it's in the light most favorable to the state. Looking at State versus Ruggiero and State versus Duran, there's both New Hampshire Supreme Court cases. Ruggiero's citation is 163, New Hampshire 129. In there, it discusses viewing all evidence and reasonable inferences from the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. Could the jury have found guilt beyond a reasonable doubt? And it goes on to say, when the evidence is solely circumstantial, it must exclude all rational conclusions except guilt. Under this standard, however, we will still consider the evidence in the light most favorable to the state and examine each evidentiary item in context, not in isolation. In State v. Duran, 162, New Hampshire, 369, it notes, to prevail on the sufficiency of the evidence challenge, the defendant must prove that no rational trier of fact, viewing all the evidence and all reasonable inferences from it in a light most favorable to the state, could have found guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And it goes on to note that the proper analysis is not whether every possible conclusion has been excluded, but whether other rational conclusions have been excluded, I think, essentially. So in light of the law, and I think in light of what was discussed by Attorney Smith, I think we agree that a lot of the evidence and the charges are basically intertwined. So just from the state's summary of the facts in this case, I think the court, in viewing the evidence and all the reasonable inferences and in context and in a light most favorable to the state, can easily see that the state has met this burden in this case, and that all of the indictment should be submitted to the jury as the finder of fact in this case. Just to start off, it's clear that Mr. Clegg was in Concord in this case. The evidence is that he was here from November of 2021. There's been evidence that he purchased a tent from the records that were testified to by Detective Gorham in late November, and he applied to McDonald's utilizing the rkxkelly@gmail.com address. Just chronologically moving forward, there's been evidence that there was travel by the defendant under the name, I think circumstantially, Arthur Kelly from Concord to Montpelier on February the 11th, with a return trip to Concord on February the 12th of last year through the purchase records. During that trip, it appears the defendant purchases the gun that's been seized in this case, serial number BUMW137, and ammunition in Vermont on February the 12th under the name Arthur Kelly, as was testified to by Mr. Sanborn, using a false Vermont ID with the same number that was subsequently used to establish a general delivery address for Arthur Kelly in Burlington, Vermont. Further, the court's seen a number of records that were introduced through Detective Gorham from Amazon detailing the purchase of a holster and gun accessories on February the 14th, and those items were shipped for general delivery to Concord, New Hampshire. Moreover, the defendant placed an order with Brownells for the purchase of two 17-round magazines, two magazines that he couldn't have legally purchased in Vermont with their 15-round magazine capacity limit, to be shipped to Concord, and that was a purchase made in his name using purchase cards that had been associated with him as well. And then moving on, closer to the day of the homicides in this case, he's in the vicinity of the homicides based on the Shaw's video, seen walking in the direction of the broken ground trails at around 2:33 according to the Shaw's time. Detective Brown's walk that he took from that same vicinity shows that the walk to the crime scene can be completed in approximately 12 minutes. He noted it was approximately 8 minutes to the parking lot, and then approximately an additional 4 minutes to the scene. In the case of Mr. Clegg, assuming that 2:33 time, that still puts him at the parking lot at approximately 2:41. Nan Nutt leaving the parking lot at approximately 2:48, approximately a several minute buffer there. And then additionally, with the Reeds passing Ms. Nutt at 2:50, or Dr. Nutt at 2:50, and Dr. Nutt entering the wooded trail at 2:54, hearing shots shortly after, and Dr. Nutt arriving in the vicinity of the scene around 2:59. There's a 4 to 5 minute window between the shots and the time that Dr. Nutt's on the scene. Detective Brown has showed it is possible through the basically recreation or his attempt at dragging the dummies to the recovery site, that it could be done within that time period, and quite frankly there'd be even more time if what he attempted to do assumes that the bodies were moved all the way to the recovery site immediately after, and not just partially concealed along the way down the hill, which would have allowed even more time. Nan Nutt encounters a man that's consistent with Clegg's description: race, height, hair color, age, jacket color, clean shaven, black backpack. There are grocery bags with objects. It's hard to say what vantage point she would have had, with the exception of the pants, which Ms. Nutt put at tan to brown range, and brown is not really that far off from black, and lacking a hood. That's a very close description of what the defendant is seen on video wearing just, again, a short time before at Shaw's. Moreover, the defendant's campsite, that's acknowledged his campsite, is just to the north. We know it's intact as of the 15th, Friday the 15th. It's ultimately burned. State would suggest it's likely on the 18th or the 19th due to the purchase of the tent, sleeping bag, and rubbing alcohol, whether that's as an accelerant or whether it's as a cleaning agent or for some other purpose. It's hard to say, but it's clear at that time whether he was using a tent consistently throughout his time in Concord. It appears he was utilizing a tent at least as of late November and continued to utilize one right up through the purchase of the new tent on the 19th, making it likely that the tent fire would have been around the vicinity of the 19th, either the evening of the 18th or sometime on the 19th, shortly before or shortly after the purchase of the tent. The tent site is actually confirmed burned on the 20th by Mr. Medina's testimony and the digital images from his phone. The bodies are not discovered until the evening of the 21st, leaving a window of time from the 18th through the evening of the 21st for the concealment of the bodies, although it likely occurs on the 18th and the 19th, just given the timing of the purchases. If there's a concern about the defendant concealing evidence, likely evidence that would have been concerned from handling the bodies of the Reeds, it's in the light most favorable to the state, safe to assume that that destruction of that tent would have occurred as quickly as possible thereafter, after the bodies were concealed, to get rid of that evidence, which would be consistent with that tent purchase on the morning of the 19th. As far as the felon in possession charge goes, as an aside, the court has a copy of the felony convictions in this case. Would assert between that and the gun purchase evidence the court's already heard, and then the context of the gun being used, both from the casings at the burnt tent site, the casings at the scene, that there's a substantial basis to believe he possessed and used the firearm in this case. Moving on, the police encounter Arthur Kelly on the evening of April the 20th. On the following day, a bus ticket is purchased at approximately 11:30 with a fresh start run shortly afterwards on his computer, clearly to cover up what the state would assert is evidence of his basically flight from crime, a continuation of the concealment that's been going on since the time of the homicides in this case. Additionally, of note, when in Vermont, the lies to Detective Brown are of some significance. He lies to Detective Brown about when he left, trying to place it before the time of the homicides, where he stayed at a location away from where the homicides were, whether he owned a tent, and it makes sense that he would misrepresent those things. He doesn't know what the police know at that point in time, but he knows he was concerned enough to destroy his tent site that he wanted to distance himself from the tent and any physical evidence that might have been located in that tent. He lies about the tent. He lies about where he shopped, not at Walmart. He doesn't want any connection between him and Walmart, where he bought the tent and bought the propane tanks that were associated with the burnt tent site. Lies about whether he owned a firearm as well. Lastly, the casings at the scene match the gun in the defendant's backpack. The casings, I think the courts are in a position where, and the jury will be too, where they can look at this and say the casings were there and they were missed, or they can accept the theory that they were planted there. The purported rational conclusion that you would be being asked to accept is that the defendant was scared by an encounter with Officer Clegg on April 15th. There's no evidence from Officer Clegg's testimony that the defendant was even present on the 15th, that the defendant subsequently burns his tent and sleeping bag and a number of other possessions that he could have easily taken with him, and relocates to a tent site not that far away where he encounters police on April 20th. He's scared again, and now instead of hanging around the same area for 5 more days, again, he hung around for 5 more days in an area close by, he leaves Concord, and at some point in time, someone plants shell casings, presumably from the burnt tent site, at the crime scene with the hope that the police will find them. When the court views the evidence that the state summarized in a light most favorable to the state, with all logical inferences from that evidence in the proper context, the court can easily see that the state's met its burden and that all the indictments should be submitted to the jury for a decision on this case.
Thank you. Mindful of the standard that applies at this stage of the proceeding, I'm going to deny the motion for a directed verdict in all respects. In addition to what the state has said, just more specifically, I agree the jury can accept all of what Dr. Nutt has had to say, or reject all of what Dr. Nutt has said, or accept some and reject some. That's the standard instruction that juries are given. Here, Dr. Nutt's description generally matched the description of the defendant. That she saw somebody clean-shaven, 20s to 30s, with a blue jacket in that area carrying shopping bags. Minutes earlier, the defendant is seen leaving the Shaw's location on Loudon Road, crossing and moving in the same general direction as the trail system and ultimately the crime scene here. The fact that the what ultimately becomes a burned tent site is observed not to be burned on April 15th and burnt on April 20th is also evidence from my perspective of consciousness of guilt. Again, it's the jury to weigh to what extent they believe it does establish that, but the suggested motivation that he was concerned about being detained on a probation violation seems an extreme reaction to somebody who's expecting to possibly be detained on a probation violation to burn all of his possessions at the site with the exception of what he could carry on his back from the scene, including over 100 propane tanks, tent poles, cooking materials, things that for somebody living in that condition would have been essentially many of his worldly possessions. The fact the defendant leaves the Concord area shortly after giving a false name to the police, that he purchased a firearm that is consistent with a firearm used, that could have been the firearm used to shoot the Reeds, is also significant here. When ultimately questioned by the police after leaving the Concord area, he, again, viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, gives a series of false statements to the police when he's interviewed. All of that, coupled with the fact that he had purchased a one-way ticket to Berlin, Germany, leaving in early October, and is, at least 2 occasions, searched News, Concord, New Hampshire in the time period, including the day of his arrest. All of that, again, weighs into the court's determination. I find that for all those reasons, there's sufficient evidence linking the defendant to the murder of the Reeds, that all the indictments pass the standard of viewing the evidence in light most favorable to the state. So I'm denying the motion in all respects. We'll take about a 10-minute recess, and then we'll resume.
Rise for the court. Court is in recess.
We all set? Okay.
I'd rather.
All rise for the honorable jury.
Thank you. Please have a seat. I do want to say that I was a bit off on my time estimate for how long that break would be. That's on me, so I apologize for that. Is the defense prepared to call the first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to call Amber Smith.
Good afternoon, ma'am. If I could have you raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're to give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury. If you'd have a seat and state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
It's Amber, A-M-B-E-R, Smith, S-M-I-T-H.
Attorney Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Seems silly, but I kind of have to do this. Are we any relation?
We are not.
So, Amber, what is it that you do?
I am a senior forensic DNA analyst at DNA Labs International, DLI for short, which is a private laboratory out of Deerfield Beach, Florida.
Okay, did you do any testing in this case?
I did some analysis on DNA results from this case.
Okay, I'm going to ask you some questions about the analysis that you did and the results of that analysis. But first, can you explain to the jury why the lab that you work for, and we'll start with the lab and then go to you, are qualified to do that kind of analysis and talk about the results?
So we are a private DNA forensic laboratory out of Deerfield Beach, Florida. We service forensic laboratories as well as law enforcement agencies, private citizens, and attorneys' offices across the country, the continental U.S., as well as 10 to 12 countries outside the continental U.S., meaning that forensic evidence is submitted to our laboratory, and we analyze the evidence based on the requests of the submitters. We develop findings based on the DNA analysis, and we report them out in reports. We are also accredited by the American National Standards Institute, National Accreditation Board, or ANAB for short, as well as International Organization of Standards we follow as well. So we are an accredited private forensic laboratory.
And how long has the forensic lab been running?
DLI started in 2004.
And I think that you said it does analysis for law enforcement, private citizens, and attorneys.
And forensic laboratories.
And other forensic laboratories?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why would other forensic laboratories come to you?
Sometimes forensic laboratories don't have the capacity to work the amount of evidence that is being submitted to them. And when there becomes an influx of evidence, such as maybe property crimes or sexual assault cases, the laboratories may not have the capacity at their lab to run all those cases in an appropriate time manner. And those are a lot of the cases that we do receive are things that the laboratories just cannot keep up with, and they need outside help. Other cases that we get can be requested because we have specialized testing, more so that can be utilized other than forensic laboratories across the country. I did come from a state laboratory, so I understand the limitations and the hoops that state laboratories have to jump through, and private laboratories have funding more readily available, and so they're able to get better technology quicker.
And we actually heard some testimony in this case about somebody from the New Hampshire State Lab. Is there a type of DNA testing that DLI labs do that the New Hampshire State Lab does not?
Specifically, as it pertained to this case, we do have a hair shaft protocol, meaning that we can perform DNA analysis on the hair shafts, where many laboratories can only perform analysis if there is root material present. So this allows our laboratory to utilize more of a hair as part of the analysis. We also utilize what's called a spent shell protocol, which that utilizes a different form of swab that pick up cellular material, and it releases the cellular material from that item for the extraction process better. And we also have what is called a MVAC, or a microbial vacuum, that we routinely utilize for our serology processing. And the MVAC is sort of like a wet vac carpet cleaner, where it allows us to process more surface area of an item. So it sprays an item with a chemical solution and then sucks up the item. Being filtered through the cellular material is filtered onto a filter itself. So similar to how you are shampooing your carpets at home, that is similar to the MVAC procedure.
How about difference between DNA that is found in blood versus touch DNA?
So DNA can be found all throughout the body. It is very prevalent in bodily fluids, such as blood, semen, and saliva. However, it is also prevalent in cellular material. So cellular material can be found basically you touching things. So touch DNA is described as DNA left behind by touching. So the pins that y'all have in your hands right now, theoretically you are leaving skin cells behind on those pins. Skin cells are found in your clothing, so any of your collar areas that have friction on your body. It can also be transferred onto weapons of sorts. Some things hold cellular material better than others. So if there is a pattern to, say, a water bottle, you screw off the water bottle and the ridges are on top, that's more likely to hold your cellular material more so than a smooth surface, like if I touched this bench right here. How long you touch an item, if you're sweating, have you recently washed your hands, may affect how much cellular material you leave behind. So a lot of processing that we do is cellular material because it is so readily left behind. However, depending upon certain factors, determines how much cellular material you may leave behind.
Okay, a little far afield from the fact that you do touch DNA, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how about multiple source DNA, multiple contributor DNA?
So we do DNA samples also on mixture interpretation, which is described as more than one person being involved in a sample.
Okay. And before I go on to specific types of analysis, let's talk about your qualifications. Why don't you tell me about your education, training, and qualifications?
So I have a double major in marine science and biology, as well as a double minor in chemistry and environmental science from the University of Tampa. I also have a master's of biology in Southern Illinois University in Edwardsville. In total, I have a little over 16 years of experience in the forensic field. I started out with the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department in St. Louis, Missouri for about 2 years, where the bulk of my training took place. The training at St. Louis encompassed more training that basically I was trained on everything. So I did the serology processing, which was the bulk evidence processing, where I was underneath a qualified analyst and performed cases underneath this other person who was watching me at all times. So I was trained on all biological fluids as well as cellular material and collection methods. I then was trained on DNA analysis, so the analysis process as well as the interpretation. As part of the training there, I also had to undergo mock cases as well as an overall competency test for a competency case. I had to undergo written tests as well as oral exams and a mock trial. Additionally, I had to take proficiency tests as well to be declared a DNA analyst. After I left St. Louis, I then went to the Michigan State Police Lansing Laboratory, where I was a member of the Forensic Science Division in the Lansing Biology and DNA unit. And at that laboratory, I also performed DNA analysis. I was a forensic scientist there. So, and additionally, I performed crime scene analysis as well as blood spatter analysis there. At that laboratory, I underwent training that was specific to that laboratory. So it wasn't as extensive as my first 2 years. I underwent mock cases as well as a competency case, then a written exam, as well as another mock trial. When I came to DNA Labs International, I underwent about a 5 to 6 week training where I reviewed all laboratory procedures as well as validations in the technologies that I would be performing. I had to take written exams as well as perform a practice case and additionally a mock case before I was signed off to perform analysis.
And so right now at DLI Labs, how long have you been working there again?
Almost 2 years.
And prior to and during, are you certified with any organizations that involve DNA testing and analysis?
Certification itself is not required. However, it is required that I undergo proficiency tests twice a year, so at least once every 6 months, to remain proficient in my field. And I must also undergo at least 8 hours of continuing education every year to, again, remain a DNA analyst.
And do you give presentations on DNA?
I used to at MSP, but at DLI there's a specific team that does that, so I no longer am required to do that.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I ask that Amber Smith be qualified as an expert to provide her opinion in DNA analysis that she performed and was performed in this case at DLI.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Again, Ms. Smith may give her opinions.
So, did you do DNA analysis in this case?
I did.
How many different reports did you issue?
I personally authored 4 reports.
And how many different types of analyses did you conduct?
Meaning samples?
No, the type of testing, like STAR.
So the predominant testing that I did was known as PCR-STR, which is the DNA analysis process. PCR stands for polymerase chain reaction, and that is mimicking the DNA replication process that takes place in the body. STRs are the areas that we test, so short tandem repeats is what that stands for. And those are short sequences of repeats that are tested at specific locations that are valuable for forensic DNA analysis. We utilize 2 different kits in the 4 reports that I processed. One kit was called Fusion 5C, which tested 24 different locations of your DNA. So that includes also a sex-defining chromosome as well as a male-specific chromosome. And then for report 4, I utilized Fusion 6C, which is the advancement of 5C, and that tests 27 different locations. So again, the chromosome, but 3 specific male-specific chromosomes.
Okay, and I'm going to have to work on my wording here. Was there a result from your analysis, a result from the processing of DNA that you analyzed and then took another step to have those results analyzed through a different method?
Yes. After report 4, I took a deeper look at some of the evidentiary profiles that I could not form conclusions on and analyzed them to see if there would be a more specific test that could be performed on those items. And so as a part of report 5, I had recommended a couple of different items be tested for YSTRs, which is the male-specific testing of your DNA, meaning that it is only looking at the males that may be present in the DNA analysis.
So I'm going to ask you about each of, not so much each, because quite frankly, were there a lot of items that were submitted that for one reason or other you could not obtain a result on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm going to talk to you about the items mostly that you got results from, okay?
Okay.
But first of all, what was the agency that sent you these samples?
The Concord Police Department was the submitting agency for the samples.
Okay. And what was the agency that you had the most communication with?
I personally spoke with the New Hampshire Attorney General's office.
Okay. And any idea approximately in total how many samples were submitted to you?
As far as items that were submitted, I believe I counted approximately 32, but DNA samples that were taken from those items were approximately 63.
Okay, and were some items, and you may have sort of answered that in the previous answer, items that were retested?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And to give a general framework, because it's my understanding you don't follow the sample from entry into the lab right up to analysis, right?
I personally do not.
Okay. Can you just talk briefly about the process that occurs when a sample comes from an agency into DLI labs?
So, as it pertains to this specific case, there was communication with our client experience team. To back that up a little bit, DLI follows a team approach to a lot of things, so we have specific members that will communicate through different parts of the process. And that's mostly because there's a lot of things that analysts need to do. So we have like support staff that also helps administratively with a number of things. So for this particular case, there was a member of our client experience team who had communications with the Concord Police Department to determine which samples that they were submitting and the possible best ways to test those samples. And so both parties agreed to a testing plan. So when the evidence is sent to the laboratory, it is submitted normally FedEx, UPS, something overnight, DHL. And then once it arrives at the laboratory, our evidence team takes control of that evidence, then opens the packaging, make sure at first the package is secure when it is opened, and make sure that it hasn't been tampered with. So they open the evidence and make sure that the items that the agency says they are submitting are actually being submitted. So once they're submitted, they log them into our laboratory information system, which is our computer system that houses all of our casework that we perform. And at that point, there has already been a testing plan created that has been memorialized and signed off as to this is what the agency wants and this is how we're moving forward. So then the case is assigned to a serologist. So a serologist processes the bulk evidence or the physical evidence that comes into the laboratory. They may be testing for biological fluids or cellular material. So they are basically isolating the area's potential for DNA analysis to move forward. So they follow the testing plan and they test according to how they're supposed to be tested. They isolate any areas that are required or suitable for DNA analysis and then send those forward through the DNA process. The DNA process itself is roughly a 4-step process. So once it gets sent forward for DNA analysis, the first step that it undergoes is known as the extraction step. So any sample sent forward from the serologist consists of either swab material, filter material, or some sort of cutting. So at the extraction step, there are a series of chemicals that are added to this substrate to potentially pull out any cellular material or DNA that may be within that substrate. So to equate that, imagine that you are going through a load of clothes and you throw your clothing into your washing machine, which that would represent our tube that we put your DNA sample in. And you throw your water, you add your water, and you put detergent into the washing machine. The washing machine then goes through an agitation step, which then is theoretically pulling the stains out of your clothing or any of the impurities in your clothing. That is typically what the extraction process is doing, is that it is pulling the stains out of the substrate. So at this point in the extraction process, the substrate is then removed and we keep that wastewater. Whereas your clothing, the wastewater is filtered out and you have your clothes still in the washing machine. We need that wastewater because that's what contains the DNA material that we are looking for. So then we go forward with additional steps to wash or sort of go through a rinse cycle to end up with a pure DNA extract. Once that step is complete, it goes forward to what is called the quantitation step. This is the step that estimates how much DNA I potentially have in my sample. Now at this point, we do have another team that evaluates all samples that go past quantitation to assure that it's following our protocols and we do have enough DNA to go forward. So there is a specific amount of DNA that must be present for us to move forward with the process. If that DNA threshold is not met, the process is then stopped. So
Let me stop you here, just to talk about that for a little bit. If it's a determination that there is insufficient amount of DNA, do you then have any analysis on that item?
The analysis stops. So my conclusion would be there's an insufficient amount of DNA present or there's no DNA present.
Are those results included in your reports?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So those results are part of the number of samples that you talked about earlier?
Yes.
Okay. So it ends there. You report that it is insufficient. Is any information gleaned from even an insufficient amount of DNA?
No, because it's insufficient, so we can't move forward with the process because it doesn't meet the required thresholds.
Okay, so you end up knowing nothing about contributors, source, or anything like that with those samples with insufficient DNA?
That's correct.
Okay, so those that have sufficient, what happens?
Once it is determined that samples may be sufficient for DNA analysis, the analysis team will then send those samples forward to the next step in the process, which is known as the amplification process, which is where that PCR or replication process takes place. So that is a series of heating and cooling of the samples that replicates the DNA over and over again, similar to how you put a piece of paper on a copy machine and just hit repeat and start making copies. So then once I have the sample that has been amplified, it moves up forward to the next step, which goes on an instrument called a genetic analyzer. And this step, the amplified DNA is put onto the analyzer and it warms up and separates out the DNA based on the fragment sizes that we are testing. So those 24 or 27 different locations are different fragment sizes. So on this instrument, it is separated out based on the size of the DNA fragments in that sample. Now at each fragment, there are a number of repeats at that sample. So repeats meaning that the same sequence is repeated over and over again. So also those repeats are being measured. There is now a software that communicates with this instrument and it generates a what's called an electropharogram, or EPG for short. It is a DNA, it creates your DNA profile. So it's a graph with 24 different locations with a number of peaks on them with numerical values. That represents your DNA profile. And so once I have a DNA profile, then I move forward with the analysis.
Okay, so the DNA profile, and the jury actually had an explanation of those profiles in chart form. That is not what you're talking about. That graph, is that something that you make, that chart that the jury saw in a different witness?
The electropharogram is the graph with peaks. So that is the physical profile. A chart is something that I make as part of my analysis. That is it's a table format in Word that contains all of the information from that electropharogram.
Okay. Do you, once you have done that chart that contains all the information, do you conduct your own analysis?
I do.
And what does that consist of?
So when I start my analysis, once I'm at this point, I've already verified that everything that is started at the beginning with the evidence being submitted, going through the DNA process, has been done correctly. Then I'll go forward and look at my evidence profiles. So as I start to look at my evidence profiles, the first thing I have to look at is whether or not this sample is suitable for comparison. If the sample is not suitable for comparison, it is deemed inconclusive, and again, analysis stops. So if a sample is inconclusive, I can't make any determination of someone being a contributor or someone not being a contributor. I don't do anything else with it.
So before you go from that, let's explain not suitable for comparison. Does that mean sufficiency of amount?
Yes and no.
Sufficiency of amount at specific alleles?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And give the jury a little bit more of the example of why the amount is insufficient.
So inconclusive usually means that the data is either too limited or the profile itself is of poor quality to be interpreted. So following my standard operating procedures, again, there's a threshold. So there has to be at least 6 of those 24 or 27 locations that has DNA types present for me to be able to even interpret it. So 6 meaning the profile as a whole, but if I'm looking for foreign DNA, meaning DNA that wouldn't be mine, someone else's, I have to have 6 as well. If I do not have 6 locations that have DNA present, it's limited. So it would be inconclusive, and the reasoning would be because it's limited. There's not enough there.
I'm going to interrupt you because you said your DNA. And so let me back up to help the jury see this. If you have a sample that is from clothing of a person, it's an example of what was here, right? And the profile comes out and you see significant support that the person wearing the clothing is a contributor to the DNA. And that's an assumption that you make when that is supported by that table, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so when you're talking about foreign DNA, let's use an example in this case of Stephen Reid. So you've reached your DNA, you've done your chart, and you determined that Stephen Reid is the major contributor.
Yes.
What is foreign?
So foreign DNA would be described as any DNA that is not attributable to Mr. Reid in that sample, or in that specific example.
Okay, and of the foreign DNA, are you able to determine how many contributors foreign to Mr. Reid are on that particular sample?
Yes, that is part of the interpretation process.
Okay, and then next?
So you have inconclusive limited, and now there's also inconclusive complex. That is where the profile itself is of poor quality to even be interpreted. So meaning that there are locations, there are types at least 6 different locations. However, there's still not enough information present. And that could be, a sample can be complex as well as limited, meaning that if I have types present at more than 6 locations, there could be still limited DNA present. There could be dropout, meaning that maybe I only have 7 locations. That still may not be enough for me to do a determination. It could be degraded, meaning again that it's dropped out, that there's not enough DNA present there. Or complex could mean there's too many contributors based on our thresholds and SOPs, which in this particular case it wasn't complex because there was too many. Most of the samples were complex because there wasn't enough. And to explain that further, the more contributors you have to a sample, the more DNA types I need to be present to be able to interpret that sample. So although I may have 2 locations where I can determine that there may be 2 or 3 people, if I only have those 2 types or 2 locations, and then the other 7 or 8 locations has 1 or 2 types, I'm missing information. So the more information I'm missing, the less valuable my profile becomes, which is why I say that the profile is of low quality. So then it becomes complex. Again, meaning I can't make any determinations as to who may be a contributor and who may not be a contributor. My analysis stops.
So that would be an inconclusive finding some of it based on insufficiency, but there was enough DNA to give a result, but the result doesn't give enough information for you to make a conclusion.
Yes, meaning
Okay.
it surpassed our 6th threshold, but there still was not enough.
Okay, and then the next possible conclusion.
The next possible conclusion would be me determining the number of contributors. And when I do that, I evaluate the sample as a whole. I generally find a location that has the most information present, meaning the most DNA types present, to just give me a ballpark of how many contributors there may be in the sample. If I have an assumed contributor, which if it is Mr. Reid or Mrs. Reid in this particular case, I can assume that they may be a part of the DNA profile, and so I'm able to weed out their profile to determine the foreign contributors. So that will help me and determine how many number of contributors may be present. I'll also look at who's contributing to the sample itself, so meaning the amount of DNA that is present. Are some types higher than others? Like trying to resolve the mixture myself and interpreting it manually and pairing up certain types before I move forward with further analysis. And at that point, once I determine number of contributors, that allows me to include or exclude any persons of interest for that sample.
So you're able to include or exclude.
Yes.
And you do another step, which I have a problem with wording here, sorry. So how hard is it for you through that chart to exclude somebody?
So including and excluding, I evaluate again the sample as a whole. So taking into some of the factors of the profile itself, although it may be interpretable, there may be specific areas where types have dropped out, meaning that not all of those contributors are represented at all of those locations that have been testing. And because of that, sometimes it makes it more difficult to visually exclude someone to the sample, and I have to consider that that person may be dropping out. So if I make an inclusion, meaning I say somebody cannot be ruled out as a contributor, then I must perform a statistical analysis to provide some sort of weight. If I say a person is excluded, that means that I have visually excluded them from this sample. However, if I say they can't be ruled out, that just indicates that based on my manual interpretation of looking at that sample, I personally can't rule them out. And so I may perform the statistic on that sample as it pertains to that individual to help draw a conclusion.
So I want to talk about that in this case. We're going to go through that next step shortly, but just to understand this step, were there items that you indicated that a person was included where they were subsequently excluded by the next step?
By the software?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
So essentially, inclusion cannot be excluded doesn't say anything about the probability that it is that person or not.
That's correct.
And in fact, I think on the exclusion, there was like a factor of...
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained is to form.
Thank you.
In one of the exclusions, if you can recall one of the samples where you said a person could not be excluded and the next analysis excluded that person, it was to a factor of what?
So there were a couple of samples, I believe in report 2, that I ended up not being able to visually exclude Mrs. Reid from the sample itself. So I made that statement that she cannot be ruled out. So I performed the statistical analysis on it. And as part of our statistics, we perform what is called a likelihood ratio, meaning that I have to create hypotheses for the samples that I'm interpreting. And my hypotheses consist of H1 and H2. So generally H1 is going to be, is my person of interest a contributor to this sample?
I'm going to stop you for a second there because you're still going to some place that I want the jury to understand. So you're not really telling us right now what the outcome was. You're explaining the entire process, and I'll go there with you, okay?
I can't explain.
Right.
Okay.
And so that was my fault with the question. So let's say after you've made that initial determination of inconclusive or versus suitable for comparison, what is that next process? Is that what you are describing right now?
Yes. Once I determine a person may be a part of that sample, I must perform a statistic on that sample.
Okay. And so do you do any statistical analyses of the things that are inconclusive?
No. Once it's inconclusive, analysis stops.
So you might include, can you include somebody in your view before you do the next step, but say it's not suitable for comparison?
No. Inconclusive means that there is no comparisons at all. I cannot include you. I cannot exclude you.
Okay, so we are talking solely about those samples that you have determined you can't include the person and you can't exclude the person by visual view of the alleles on the charts.
Yes.
Okay, so let's go to that next step.
So the statistic is again known as a likelihood ratio, and that's defined as the probability of the evidence giving two competing hypotheses. So again, it's two different ways to explain the evidence. H1, or hypothesis 1, would be, as my person of interest, a contributor to this sample. H2 is...
Person of interest is someone the submitting agency has asked for you to determine if they're present, if they're a possible contributor to the sample.
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, who is the person of interest, Jen? Actually, they both were. Never mind. We'll get there. I'm too impatient. Sorry. So, person of interest, and then?
And then the second hypothesis is that it's somebody that is unknown to this sample. It is not the person of interest. It is somebody else. So in doing a likelihood ratio, it's what it is. It's a ratio. So it's an H1 over H2 to get your analysis. So if you can visualize that my first hypothesis comes out that it is 80 times more likely that it's going to rain today, so that would be H1. H2 in turn would be it's 20 times more likely that it's not going to rain today. So if you perform that fraction, 80 over 20, that gives you a 4. So that means it supports H1, meaning that it's 4 times more likely that it is going to rain today than it is not going to rain today. So that is how the likelihood ratios are reported and as they pertain to the persons of interest.
Okay. And you put that hypothesis in what?
So our statistical tool that we use for analysis is called StarMix. And this particular tool takes the number of contributors and breaks them down into all the different possible genotype combinations that may exist. So I tell this software how many contributors I believe is in this sample. So what it's doing is basically determining all the different combinations. So if you can imagine at Christmas time, you're going to get your Christmas lights out, and they're all tangled up in a mass of Christmas lights. You examine your Christmas lights, and you see that there are 4 plugs there. So that gives you an indication that you have 4 contributors of Christmas lights. That's me doing my interpretation of the mixture itself, is how many contributors are there. So as you start to untangle your Christmas lights and you go in and out and over and under and you're trying to figure out how to separate them out into 4 different individual strands, that is what StarMix is doing. It is calculating all the probabilities that may be considered to go in and out and over and under, so all the different combinations to separate out your mass mixture into 4 individual profiles that may be attributed to different contributors.
I've never quite followed that example because, well, your profiles are not attached like a string of lights though, right?
No, it's not calculating the profile, it's calculating the probabilities of the process to get to that profile.
Got it. So, Is the star mix analyzing each location of allele?
It is. It is examining each location individually and breaking down each location based on the contributor amounts that are there, as well as a profile as a whole. So it starts with the one step at each different location that has been tested, figures out the different possibilities at those locations, and then at the end, when I have my person of interest, it multiplies together all those different likely probabilities to develop a likelihood ratio.
So when we talk about a location, I think the jury has learned what an allele is. The locations are what?
So the locations are the loci that are tested. So I call them location because it's a little easier to wrap your head around. That those are the specific locations on the DNA that are tested. So on reports 1 through 3, there were 24 different locations. On reports 4 and 5, there were 27. And so when I say locations, those mean the areas of the DNA that are tested.
So the jury actually saw one of those charts. So on the left side of the chart, would you have the locations?
Yes.
And then you chart out the alleles in each location.
That's my profile table that you're referring to.
And that is what star mix is analyzing.
Those types, yes.
Okay, and when we talk about alleles at the locations, how many, if there's one contributor, how many alleles would normally be at one location?
If I can go back a second, not only the types is it analyzing, it's also analyzing how much is there from each type. That is a very integral part of the analysis because that is how much each contributor type is contributing. So not just the numerical types, it's the other information that is a part of the profile as well. And what was your question again?
How many alleles is normally at each separate of the 24 locations? How many alleles is at each location?
So
one person.
So DNA is basically your genetic blueprint. You get half of your DNA from your mother, and you get half your DNA from your father. So because of that, with a single source profile, then you would get one type from mom, one type from dad, which would give you 2 types at each location.
However, are there times when your chart does not reflect 2 types, even for a single contributor where you have the full profile?
Yes. There could be indications of a person may have a triallele, which means they may have 3 types at their location, which is an anomaly passed on by one of your parents. As far as my charts pertain, the stutter artifacts are left in the charts because that is what StarMix considered. And a stutter artifact is a 1 repeat less than your actual type. So it's just an artifact that is detected as part of the amplification product, meaning that one of your repeats didn't fully finish all of the way, so it generates this tiny little peak to your larger peak. And because StarMix takes into account all of those types may be left in my profile tables as well.
And are there times when there are not 2, that there are less than 2, but the full profile is on the graph?
For a single source profile, if you have the same type from your mother, so mom gives you 11 and dad gives you 11, you're only going to have an 11. You're not going to have, some may list out 11, 11, but for ease of reading purposes, my laboratory only just gives the 11.
So there's one allele revealed on the chart, even though there was an allele from mom and an allele from dad. They were both the same, so it's only one number.
And single source, yes.
And number, by the way, all the alleles are reported as numbers?
Yes, those are those STR repeats that I previously described. So based on the number of repeats that are the sequence of repeats at each location, it's assigned a numerical value. So if you have 1, 2, 3, 4 that is repeated 8 different times, you're going to have an 8 at that location because that's the number of repeats. So those are the numerical values that are detected at each location.
Okay, so continue. When you, okay, you're waiting for my question. When you have more than 2 alleles at any particular location other than the anomaly of the triallele or whatever, what does that tell you?
That tells me that there could be a mixture in that sample.
that there may be more than one contributor.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you have determined the major contributor, for instance, one of the Reids, then however many numbers are at that location gives you some indication of how many there are foreign.
Yes.
Okay. So, where were we?
Star mix?
Yes. So, you have your profiles, you have your major contributor, you have the person of interest that somebody wants to determine, is this person of interest a contributor to this multiple contributor sample?
And it's not so much a major contributor, it's the assumed contributor, because the assumed contributor isn't always the major person on his own clothing. So I prefer to use assumed contributor as it pertains to Star Mix. And when it comes to Star Mix, if I do have an assumed contributor, I'm able to tell Star Mix, I know this profile is from this person. So my hypothesis would then change from, say, hypothesis 1 would be Mr. Reid, Mrs. Reid, and one unknown person. Then my hypothesis 2 would be Mr. Reid, Mr. Reid, and 2 unknown persons. Because if I'm assuming you, I can assume you in both hypotheses, meaning that I'm conceding that you are in that sample. And at that point, then I'm looking for my foreigners or I'm looking for my person of interest.
Okay. And so you input this information into StarMix.
Yes.
And essentially, what is StarMix doing?
That's where it starts calculating out the different profile combinations for the contributors. So once it breaks down the different likelihoods for different genotype combinations, it then directly compares that known individual. For these breakdowns, it's already calculated. So the first calculation is it's trying to figure out, based on how much DNA is present from each contributor and how much is there at each location. So it's figuring out the most likely combinations. Once it does that, then it takes the known profile and directly compares it to what it's already calculated to look for any similarities, dissimilarities based on that known profile. Once it does that, it calculates the likelihood that the person of interest may be a contributor to this specific profile.
And do you just input and it looks at it and makes a determination, or does it do its own, how does it do this determination?
It's a little more complex than that. It uses what we call probabilistic genotyping. So it is a bunch of mathematical processes that is used to basically, like I said, break down the profile into different population or different probabilities, and then it directly compares a known sample, developing a likelihood ratio. So to get sciencey, it uses computer algorithms, statistical theory, biological modeling, and probability distributions to calculate the likelihood ratio. So it's breaking it down, calculating the likelihood that this profile may occur in a population.
So is it like essentially checking, it could be this, what are the likelihoods that this combination could result in this combination could result in this, the likelihood that is what occurred here, and it just does it in...
Yes, it does it at each specific location. It's taking all the information that is present, it's calculating the likelihood that it would be this combination and what is the likelihood there. So say this likelihood would be 827, so 82% of the time, but it calculates all of the different possibilities. So even if a person is dropping out, it's going to calculate the possibility of dropout. So to explain that further, if I have a location that only has 3 types, but I have a mixture that is also 3 people, it's going to calculate the possibility that that type has completely dropped out by assigning it a Q value. So it's going to detect the probabilities for those 3 types, so 15, 16, 17, but then it's going to calculate the possibility that it is anything else but a 15, 16, 17. So it's not just calculating what it doesn't see or what it does see, it's taking into account what it doesn't see as well, which is why you need the algorithms and the computers, because visually we cannot do this.
Okay. Brenner, may we approach?
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Sherry, this is a logical time for us to break for the day. I was just asking the clerk to go determine, we're going to have a 10 o'clock start tomorrow. And I'm just confirming, one, we won't be picking other juries tomorrow. So the parking situation should be vastly improved tomorrow from what it was today. I just want to confirm when you'll all be able to get access into the building for arriving here. I'm trying to get that piece of information right now, so that the clerk, you may have seen me talking with the clerk. The clerk just left to try to get that information for me. While we're waiting for the clerk, just a reminder that you can't discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. You can't read anything in the newspaper, watch anything on television about the case, or look at any other social media or other media sources about the case. If your travels take you to any of the places that were discussed in the course of the case, or that we visited on the View, that's fine, but don't go back to any of those locations for the purpose of doing your own independent research in the case. I think what I'm going to do is excuse you. You can go to the deliberation room, and I'll just get the details, and we'll have a court officer give those details to you shortly. Thank you.
All right, for the honorable jury.
You can sit down, Ms. Smith. You're free to go. Everyone else can have a seat. While we're waiting for that information, if counsel would approach.
May I talk to Ms. Smith just for 2
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
Oh, you have.
They reach a verdict.